Okay. You guys ready? Whole hour. Let me put this in here. Okay. I need to do two things. I need to pay them. I need to do my Okay then. Hey guys. Hi guys, I'm sorry. Whoa. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Your timing is off. Your timing is off. It's gotta be mine. Huh. No. Okay, guys, we're about to get busy. Nope, he didn't do it. No. I had to go back in and send it. Yes. Okay, people. God, this is annoying. It would be nice. All you gotta do is do that. So I can get it. Fool. It didn't. No. Okay, let's go. Yeah, if you put it there, Hey everybody, how y'all doing? We're just about to get this thing done. I gotta change this. Whew, God have mercy. I raced.
Yeah, we need the cues and the newts in the office to a State of the Union address. They need to come forth and speak to these killers, these killer machines. That's what they are. Good to see you, Dr. Short.
Okay, I apologize. When you have family, you cannot. Family illness is no joke. It changes everything and problems occur. So I apologize for the incredible tardiness, but it happens that way. I'm so sorry. But again,
Another lynching, Dr. Short.
well, yeah, and I don't have the right heading for my show, so I need to put a different banner on here. Create a banner. Let me see, I'm saying, I'm sorry, stop Boule lynching. That's what my show is about to all the people listening on my platform. We can stop Boule lynching by abolishing Black Greek letter organizations, BGLOs. They all need to go and they owe us reparations for betraying us for over 100 years and for just the atrocities, the rapes, the corruption, the degeneracy that goes on, that happens at the HBCUs. I think if you guys were paying attention, St. Augustine University in North Carolina is it's lost its accreditation. And so, how do universities that have accreditation lose it? It's because you have incompetent people stealing. You have Greek people, they don't just beat people to death. There's a whole infrastructure that led those people at Southern to believe that they could kill that young man. And they kill people all the time. People get drowned, people get human trafficked. All of this stuff happens. And my issue is how come white fraternities and sororities empower white people as a collective? And black Greek letter authorities, we get weaker and weaker and weaker as they grow in strength. There's something wrong with those people. I mean that. I mean it. There's something very corrupt and dirty about all the black. I blame everybody in it. All of you guys are guilty. I don't care. Everybody Greek is responsible for what's happening. The only way you can please me is to get the fuck out. When you quit, you can then talk to me about you can talk to me about Lee, about how value, how much virtue you have. The Black Greek letter organizations are corrupt. They're corrupt and they're sinister, and they will always be so. And there's nothing that they can do to make themselves virtuous in my book. I don't care about good people in it. There were good people in the People's Temple. There were good people in Nazi Germany. There are good people in the Ku Klux Klan. They're good Republicans. There were good people that owned slaves. There are all kinds of good people, but if they don't do good, if they don't stand on principle, they're useless and they're complicit. And so if you're a black Greek, you are just as guilty as the people that beat that boy to death. And those who stay in these Greek letter organizations trying to make something foul righteous, you're part of the problem. I've met those types too. Well, we stayed in to make it better. We knew it was fucked up, so we're going to make it less fucked up for the next group. But what happens when you leave campus and then another group of assholes that want to beat and torture people come along? Okay? You get some people out of foster care, some people who are in juvie hall, who want to rape everybody and want to beat everybody and want to throw hot fried chicken on people and curse people and punch them out and do all this kind of stuff. And I'm going to just get to the heart of it. The world's in need of love today, says Stevie Wonder's song. So I'm all for brotherly love. Do I love Brother Juan? Yes, I do. Met Brother Juan. He's been cool from the moment I met him at National Harbor. And we've been cool ever since, from the day I met him. Just a straight up person. I mean, sometimes they like do nice things for me, but I just call him sometimes just to talk to a sane black man. It ain't a sex thing. Although they're a nice looking, tall, giant, intimidating person, I like Brother Quentin. There's nothing wrong with fraternalism and brotherhood, especially if it's around the right things. But it fascinates me that we copy all of these secret societies involve degenerate sex rituals. Always. They all do. Even this Doge stuff, everybody's bitching about this Elon Musk and all those little nasty little white boys who are either looking at porn or screwing each other when they get done destroying everybody's jobs. If you think Elon Musk is straight, I don't. You mean a billionaire with that much money hanging out all night, all the time with a bunch of young boys, none of whom who have girlfriends? Do you see what I'm saying? How can the scriptures ask, how can a pure thing come from an impure thing? How can, if I beat and curse you and piss on you and slap you around, can I truly have brotherhood or love for you? Sisterhood, all of that stuff. I've seen it, enough of it. The rapes, the lies, the backstabbing. It's nasty. Someone wrote in my comment, Trump should label all Black Greek letter organizations as terror. We should. These are terrorist traitor organizations. If you're in one, you're a traitor to God. You're a traitor to black people. You're a traitor to manhood, womanhood, black family. I don't care if your grandparents and everybody was in it. It's full of shit. You're full of shit. You're part of the crime. You guys, human trafficking, you name the cause. You name the negative health indices or wealth disparity, you don't see these goddamn Greeks doing anything to address this, and they've got millions of members. They've got the money, they've got the education, and look at how fucked up we are. We get deeper and deeper in the hole. The bigger and the more important these people get, the more fucked up we are. Can't we determine that there's something wicked and dark and ungodly that we should want nothing to do with? So I couldn't care a damn. And I say the same thing. Anybody knows Greek, it ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. I've almost never, and I know some people, they're pleasant, but when you talk to them, they admit, yeah, there's some bad. So you stay. I feel the same way. Why would you stay with the church with a pastor who's a pedophile? A grifter, tithe collecting liar, nigger. Why are you in the church? You should leave. Oh, well, I feel like the Lord is keeping me there. The Lord ain't keeping you there. Your ass don't want to go out on your own. You don't want to step out. You don't want to step out and do your own thing. And in reality, having gone to the universities, watched this stuff, seen people, seen folks driven towards alcohol and drugs and sexual confusion and all the kind of debaucheries in order to become a part. When our people have all these problems with lung cancer and STDs, you can go online right now. Anyone that doesn't agree with me, I don't care. Okay. Part of the patriarch revolution is we don't give a damn about how you feel. I dare anyone to look, just Google STDs and HBCUs, and you'll find they've done studies wherever there are HBCUs, there's a higher incidence of sexually transmitted diseases. And I can just assure you, the frats and sororities, I would call them organized sex instead of organized crime. And you see all this confusion, all this degeneracy, all this nastiness year after year after year. And you look at, what's his name? Warnock. You start looking at all these people, John Lewis. If you start looking at who the Greeks put up that we should admire, God forbid. You know what? All these no good people, even if they dropped out of school and they were pledging whatever, The reason that you don't get any quality black talk radio is most of them accuse her alphas, not saying shit. I said it just like that. There's some kind of degenerate. Have you ever taken a good look at Tom Joyner, the nigga that looks like a beluga whale with bubble lips? I mean, the dumb shit that he would do on his show, but the main thing, and you know what we're getting by? He talked good about HBCUs. When you say HBCUs, they're not really talking about black people like you and me. They're talking about the Greeks that run those places, those bastions of Luciferian, Babylonian organizations that where the people happen to be imitating white people who've oppressed us, and they oppress us too. I will know, and I believe there's hope for Black America. I'm seeing an increasing number of people who are coming out denouncing their membership in the LGBTQ. I'm sorry, not well, same shit. the BGLOs. That stuff is degenerate. It's nasty. It's ungodly. Let me tell you, I met a distant cousin of mine. I won't say what state. And let me tell you, this dude, it's got to be my age, close in their 60s. And you're out still whoring and running with guys and riding motorcycles. And I guess your wife is supposed to be happy because she has a nice big house, but she doesn't have real intimacy with their husband. I mean, if you really find a bunch of these Greek families are totally empty, they're arranged, and they have some agreement where they don't even love each other, but for the name of their fraternity or their sorority, they stay in the marriage. She may be seeing women, he's seeing men, or he's seeing women, and it's all empty. And these people also, you wonder why the black church is such a fucking shit ball. The pastors are Greeks or they're Masons. And by the way, the Greeks are all Little League for the Masons. So, yes. And no, you can't be a Christian and be a Greek at the same time. You can't. And so you're a liar, and you're going to spend eternity in hell. You cannot be a Greek and be a Christian. You will be a Christian or you will be a Greek. You can't be both. We need to stop. The big problem with black people is everything's fucking wiggle room. Always looking for a way not to have an absolute. If we're not absolute for what's right and what's good, why should we expect white folks to not be 50-50 or for half and half, for slavery, for freedom at the same time? Our involvement with these organizations shows that we're as conflicted and morally debased as the people that oppress us. If we want to be better than them, don't be like them. The Greeks copy white people. The Greeks copy the worst in white people. If you ever go to university, the people drink and they have orgies and they wear togas. I've gone to schools, it's all nasty. It's filthy. It's degenerate. And they beat some guy to death at FAMU, and it's some Greek type stuff. And this whole thing, how dare anybody bitch and complain to me about white police brutality, about slavery, and we've got folks who brand and beat and rape right now, and we celebrate them. If it's wrong for whites to do it to us, it's wrong for Greeks to do it to us. And the same way I hear black folks say, oh, well, there are no good white people. Well, if there are no good white people because some white people are bad, then can I also say that no Greeks are any fucking good because some of them are no good? Shouldn't we do the same thing? I like that standard, by the way. And everybody that knows me knows I always denounce people that are Greek. I always tell them that shit's rotten and foul. And it's full of lies. If you're smart, burn your regalia. Repent to God. Have nothing to do with it. I find brotherhood every day just being an authentic, genuine human being. All the gangsters, all the idiots, all the weaklings, all the folks trying to make their parents happy instead of knowing who the hell they are all up in this shit. It's empty, it's degenerate, it's foul, it's nasty. And before we even try to get reparations from white society, we need to get it for Tyree Nichols and all the other people that they've raped, trafficked, abused. And the numbers are in the thousands and thousands. These records are sealed by Greek letter attorneys and judges who cover this stuff up across the country. Why are public schools failing young black people? Because the AKAs and those Delta bitches run public education. They have set us up for genocide. They're worthy of death for what they've done to us. I don't want to be friends to you. Lose my number if you're in that shit. I don't like it. I don't want to get along. I don't have any biblical love for your ass. You don't love God. You don't love your people. What fellowship do we have? Get away from me with that stuff. And that's how we're going to have to be. It's interesting. We talk about black separatism from white. I want to be separated from the Boule. I want to be a separatist from black people that are scum and filth, who are pulling us down. They're like lead weights in a swimming pool. We're going to drown trying to carry their shit on our backs. That's how I feel. And let me just say something. You want to know why the Congressional Black Caucus doesn't work? It's full of Greeks, Deltas, Alphas, and who's that Slave Queen caveman? Al Green with his Huggy Bear pimp cane? I mean, are you serious?
That's super fly. Yeah.
No, he's super lie.
Yeah, that sexual harassment charge. He sexually harassed his girlfriend.
No, he didn't. No, she wasn't his girlfriend. He raped a person that refused to be his girlfriend. Let's tell it like it really is. Look, they have him on the hook. The same power game. I bet you Nancy Pelosi's in a secret society, probably the Catholic Daughters of Mary. And she, more than likely Daughters of Mary, and whose family's probably Knights of Columbus, they control the Congressional Black Caucus. Let me just say this to you. You look at Hakeem Jeffries. Dude, he don't even like his coffee black to keep people happy. He can't do a damn thing for us. He's a useless, mulatto-looking Dr. Evil nigga that's never going to be worth a damn. You'll get more out of a white person in Congress than him. I'm so mad. I mean, yep, you can get stuff from a white Republican before you can get it from one of these black Greek Democrats.
Keep cooking, Doc. Keep cooking.
I'm just saying. I mean, to hell with him. I mean, Jamal Bryant, he's Greek. Fannie Willis is Greek. That Incredible Hulk-looking bitch, Letitia James, is Greek. You keep seeing all these filthy people. Well, that bitch, what's her name? Croc shit. She's got enough lace to be a lingerie factory. She's Greek. Maxine Waters is Greek. Warnock is Greek. And they're dead to us. They're useless. We'd be better off if there wasn't but like maybe 2 or 3 black members of Congress that were standing 10 toes down on business for us. I couldn't care a damn about the rest of them. All of them make me sick. I don't like any of them. You know, we had black leadership when white folk were trying to kill them. All these folks are living in their 80s and 90s. They'll let you know they're not about shit. When you're really doing something for black people the way reactionary white folks are, a black person handing out candy is a dangerous revolutionary communist. That's how so extreme certain right racists are. If a black member of Congress was truly doing anything to uplift us as a people, their ass would have been hit with a scandal. They would be getting death threats every minute of their life. They'd be getting harassed. That's just how it goes. When you see these big mega churches and somebody has a spray painted nigger or tried to firebomb it, you know they're not shit. Let's just start with the Potter's house. When they spray paint nigger, and they should use big letters because Jake's is morbidly obese anyway, I would know he was about something if they spray painted nigger on his church. The fact that that place is safer than Fort Knox lets me know he's not doing nothing for the rest of us. If Jamal Bryant were really for black people, they'd be all into him for tax and child support. They'd be on him. When you are for black people, you incur the hatred of black people and everybody else. When you're not for black people, folks give you a pass until they get tired of you. So I assure you that the Black Greek letter organizations that are allowed to exist on white campuses, the same ones that won't let you have black studies, that don't have any books about blacks in the library, they don't have any black faculty, but they'll let these Greeks. And I'll just tell you my favorite or my unfavorite story of being a student at UVA. Being in a class, the only black person there, and folks are basically implying that black people are subhuman and inferior. Okay? I mean, I'm talking about in the 90s. And I don't know, I'm not bad defending myself or the group I'm in. I was able to chump off with fighting the teachers and everybody. At the end of all of the debate where I shut people down, the cues began making baboon and monkey sounds out on the yard. And all the white folks said, see what we're talking about? And it was so humiliating that that people like Brother Juan, all of us carry our weight as men, as black people, to try to be an upright folk. And these degenerate people are promoting genocide, abortion. Do you know that all the Greek letter organizations are in line with Margaret Sanger for the abortion genocide of black people? Why not beat this dude in the chest and kill him? Why not? You're killing babies every day. When you saw all these whores out here screaming about killing babies, black women, they're all Greek. How can fucking Black Lives Matter if you want to kill all the babies? The mayor of D.C., who doesn't have any money or resources or jobs for black people, she's Greek. Over and over again, and let's just do this. The state of Georgia is an STD nightmare. What is based in the state of Georgia?
CDC.
No, the Black Boule, which was a partner, and I need to remind everyone, the Omega Psi fraternity were the people who ran the Tuskegee experiment. It was black Greeks that waged genocide on low-income blacks in the Black Belt counties of Alabama. The white folk could have never done it without the cooperation and support. And even when the civil rights movement came along and you could give a little bit of back talk to white people, they didn't say a damn thing. It was a white journalist that exposed Tuskegee. No, not even fucking Martin Luther King. Nobody, not Fred Shuttlesworth, nobody, not Mayor Arrington, none of these people exposed what was happening with those black poor folks who were given syphilis. Vernon Jordan, as I want to remind everyone, was married to a woman whose last name is Dibble. Her father was the Q-Dog doctor that ran the Tuskegee Project. And his compensation, it's in the CDC records, he only asked for $1 a year to help kill black people. This is who your talented tent, these blacks you're supposed to look up to. Hate everybody white, as certain black cult groups and conscious community people want to talk about melanin and trash white people, and we're going to praise everyone black is holy. Get the fuck out of here. It's a lie. Black folks are devious. Black folks are wicked. Black folks are partners in the elimination of black people from the shores of Africa to the halls of the Congressional Black Caucus with that detritus bullshit up in there. And the Greek letter organizations are basically the training fields to create anti-black, pro-gay, pro-illegal, pro-degeneracy, pro-abortion leadership. And that's what the fuck we got. And you can't blame white people. These are all supposedly college-educated black people. Black people. Black power. Black power killing babies. Black power men blowing out each other's asses. Black power women munching on each other's carpet. Black power human trafficking. Black power promoting drugs and alcohol. You know, they say the Ku Klux Klan brings the guns in the neighborhood. Well, what do the Greeks bring into the neighborhood? And whatever the Klan is doing, whatever the Nazis, the killer cops, I don't like none of them, they're not doing 1% of the damage that these black Greeks and secret society Negroes have done to us. Okay? And so, again, I had a Boule hit put on my academic career. I was never supposed to finish school. Uh, White Republicans saved me from the black Boule. God damn. I mean, I white people saved me. Can you white people? Yes, they did. Imagine that. And the black Greeks were going to cut my throat. And Omega Psi Phi, president of Howard University, swore he would never sign my paperwork to get my doctorate. Oh, nobody knows the trouble I've seen when I got cheated out of jobs, once by a Kappa, once by an Alpha, and then by other Greeks. I think I can teach. I think I was smarter than a lot of people. I got passed up. I had students come and complain. It didn't matter. So if you wonder why people don't learn in the schools, why things aren't getting any better, it's Du Bois who cooperated and was associated with Margaret Sanger. The very same people that said there are too many black people. You'll never hear white people say there are too many white people. Never. And frankly, white folks are absolute numerical minority on the planet. They have good sense. When did we have too many blacks in America? In fact, if you ever desegregated a place and you're the only black person like I was, you really appreciate having other black people around. If you've ever been in that dynamic where the white people don't even like each other, but they can all agree to hate you because you're black, and you could see white people hate each other, but they could agree, let's fuck with the black guy. They could all agree, let's hate this person. They couldn't even stand each other, but they could all agree, let's hurt him. Okay. Okay. I know that. I know that dynamic many times. Just they all get together and plot against you because they can't stand each other. Okay. Why would I want there to be fewer versus more? The Black Greek letter organizations are oriented towards assimilation. Assimilation is cultural and social genocide. And that's why we're dying as a people. Who pushed the jabs in our churches and our schools? The Greeks did. All these people out here dying, I blame Greeks. All of you in those organizations, you are murderers. All of you. I blame every single solitary one of you. If you want me to collectively blame whites today for what white people did 300 years ago, I surely can blame your black asses for people that are dying right now in real time. All of you. All of you did it. And now that people, now it's even coming out, you got the Health and Human Services Director, Kennedy. You don't see any of these churches, none of them coming and saying, what's happened to us since 2020? Where's our health standing? Have you noticed you don't hear from the National Medical Association, which is dominated by Qs and Greeks? Because they are complicit in our mass murder and our mass death. I'm learning as I'm fighting, and I think I look okay for stage 4 cancer. I look all right, don't I? I thank God. But I will tell you, why don't these people have Negro Health Month like they used to have 110 years ago? And they had Negro Health Month up until like about 1950. How come they don't do that? How come they don't tell us that the chicken that we're getting in the stores contributes to prostate cancer? Oh, black men have prostate cancer. And then they're giving us the same treatments that do us much good as bad. And not a peep from them. The water isn't safe to drink. It's got lead. I did a test, and I can send it to you. The water isn't safe. My tap water had 191 parts per million of contaminants. Yeah, I need to get a zero water filter in the interim. The water's not safe. Blue cities with black mayors and city council members. We're not even talking about taking on white supremacy or even taking on the police union. Let's just work on safe drinking water. Let's do something about resuspended lead in the air that contributes to learning problems, birth defects, high blood pressure, and violence, and cardiovascular problems. Let's just stand on health. You won't find one damn thing that these black Greeks as a collective stick to. They do stuff at certain times in the year to promote their organizations, and it's defensive to protect themselves from people like me who expose their crooked black asses. So hand out some school supplies. Fuck. Why not establish some schools where the supplies are already there? You're going to give us school supplies to go to defective schools that you run? That's amazing. Black Greek mayors who gave away public housing to white developers for crumbs. It's illegal to sell public housing property, the public's housing, to private people. A lot of black homelessness is caused by black Greek treason. There was a bank up in Brooklyn. You know the bank I'm talking about, Brother Q. I think I'm forgetting the name of the bank. But black Greek ministers stole all the money. Nobody really went to jail, maybe one or two people, but they stole all the money. You ever wonder? We had a capital city bank in Atlanta run by Greeks. It got shut down by Obama. Obama and them shut down banks all over the country. Black Greeks said nothing as black, little bit of few banks black folk had were being destroyed by the Obama administration. I could just sit there and talk all day long and say, where do these people ever stand up? Only thing stands up are their sex drives.
Hey, Dr. Short, I got a message from Steve Harvey for you. Y'all remember?
Let me just say this of Steve Harvey. Allegedly, Steve Harvey is somehow related. I don't find him funny. I watch Family Feud. I just don't, I don't really care that much about black celebrities. And I was late, guys, just to share with you my concern. I'm sorry. Some people, they've been trying to kill Jaguar. They've been swatting Jaguar repeatedly, trying to have her killed. I got an emergency call. It's another reason I'm late. All these trafficked black women are disproportionately trafficked. Where are these damn AKAs, Deltas, Zetas, and the others? Where are they? Where are they? The black kids, black boys, disproportionately are not even adopted. Where are the adoption programs? Let me tell you, this happened. I can't prove it, but I'm fairly certain this is what happened. I used to work for a group as a volunteer called the Coalition of Adoption Programs. And the whole purpose was to create a movement for black children to be adopted and be brought out of foster care. Very fine woman, very fine black woman by the name of Janie McNeil Hayes. Really nice lady. And some of these Boule type people promised that they were going to help her set up a center where people could help provide counseling and work with families in Prince George's County, supposedly the richest black county in the United States. That they would do something to help foster a new spirit of adoption and concern about children and families. And we worked for months creating a plan, a holistic plan okay, to rescue at risk black children. Among the many things I've tried to do in my life to help somebody else, it wasn't for money, it was for people. And it got destroyed by people who could have just let it happen. They just destroyed it. They promised Janie they're going to give her money and they're going to do this and that. And she's so excited and says, "Look, I'll even be able to pay you." And I says, "Well, great. I'll be able to work with kids, be able to advocate for this." I wasn't even thinking about a whole lot of money, but enough money to live and do good work. And it turned out it was a group or a couple of these Boule type people who were blowing smoke up her ass and ghosted her after we did everything necessary. Identify a building, do this, get professionals, and we'd have wraparound services for these young people. We'd help the parents, and we'd get counseling and get people off drugs, and it broke her. I don't talk to her because it's so sad. That person had worked for years. That they're going to save children and help put together families, and these people were joking. And if you talk to other people in the community that have done stuff, not for profit work in the community, you'll meet these people. They have nice, fancy clothes. They live in big homes. They're stingy. They don't give a fuck. They won't help. You'll get money from a white person 100 times faster than these type of grifter boule niggas. I'm speaking from experience. So when a boule nigger threw my family out in the winter 50 years ago, a white Republican conservative got my dad a mansion. I I'm only telling you my life. A white conservative Republican saved my family from being homeless. And I had this stories over. So when I'm not making every white American good, but there's some good ones. My ass didn't freeze in 1975 because somebody white cared about black people. The black person that made my family homeless was Jesse Jackson. I repeat,
Excuse me, Dr. Short. Pardon me. Pardon me.
the Greek people that made my family homeless were Jesse Jackson and folks who needed a trick pad to screw young women close to Howard. That's the reason that's the reason you put a family out in the wintertime that was doing community work. It helped. This is visiting the jails, going to the hospital, feeding hungry people. My God, my experience with these people, if they hung from the trees, I can't say I could shed a tear. Again, my parents doing advocacy, helping people off drugs, doing this, and when it came time and someone decide we're going to violate the law and just throw your ass out, you got to get out. We bought the house. Jesse needed a trick pad. I'm just telling you my life story. White people to the rescue. I'm not saying that there aren't good black people that didn't help, but at that particular juncture, and I'm talking about my parents being out doing stuff for poor black people by that time, 75. So that would make a good, from say, a solid, a solid 11 years of hardcore community organizing and church work from both of my parents. Drug rehab, prisons, all of that, and basically no help for you. And so I know these people are monsters. I know them. I don't want to be a part of them. I can stay in my little dirty basement and read books and talk to you guys. I don't want to go to their parties. I don't like them. I don't want to be in their gated communities. I despise them. And even when they send their kids to the elite schools, they're as fucked up and as stupid as kids from the projects. They are vile people. They are useless. You become a lawyer, but you won't fight anything. In fact, you're more likely to represent people that are killing black folks than trying to save black lives. They don't give a damn. And anyone who wants to defend this stuff is compromised. And they're sentimental. And I don't have time for black boomer sentimentalism. Okay? So, I'm not here to try to make friends. We're going to disagree on this. And Tyree Nichols, and there are lots of these cases. And in reality, if black folk were serious, and they're not, black people are not serious. Stop blaming white people for the state that black people are in. We should be serious. There are people that work at these universities and the legal offices that know about these atrocities committed year in and year out by these organizations that get sued. And by the way, when you join these organizations, one of the things that you have to do is constantly shell out money. They have to constantly shell out money for the legal cases because they're in trouble. Because some people do really stupid, evil things to people. So I could just say to you, if you're on a campus with a lot of Greeks, when Black History Month comes, they dominate it. They have the budgets, they've got the networks, and they make it seem as if they're the ones that represent Black history.
Hey, Dr. Short, can I chime in on that part?
Please,
right there?
please.
You hitting on something. Because I'm in grad school and I'm dealing with that nonsense right now when it comes to these private institutions.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead, Ron. One of the things that I was doing with Black History Month, one of the things that they had was an N-word panel. This was put on by the D9s, the Tethers, and everything else. When I voiced my concerns of it, they didn't want to reach out to other black organizations that was going to really teach black history or teach about the black heritage flag. No, they were designed to denigrate our people. This is what they're doing on campus, family. And then on top of that, they're even having white people be a part of Black History Month where they're getting paid off, but none of the black folks that are black American folks that are there on the campus to contribute. But when I see all the other ethnic holidays like Chinese New Year, Ramadan, you name it, they have the respected cultures a part of those holidays.
Mm-hmm. Well, brother, they've
hijacked.
No, they hijacked it. They've hijacked the culture. We have to have a regime change in Black America. Say what you want. I don't have to agree with them, but I remember the Tea Party. There were a group of white folk that were mad. They raised some hell for whatever it was they believed in. Don't have to agree with them. I never see black folk mad with black leadership the way I've seen white folks go off on leadership. We're too much into, and it's from the goddamn black church. Anybody with any position, we just worship, and anyone with any name gets respect and honor, whether it's due or not. They could be infamous like Megan Thee Stallion or Jamal Bryant, but more people give them likes on social media than you or me. Therefore, they have more worth. Our morals as a group are in the toilet. In fact, they're under the toilet, like Haile Selassie. I wish it were in the toilet, because if something's in the toilet, you can reach in the bottom of the bowl and pull it out. We're beneath the bottom of the bowl. And there are a lot of spiritually dead people in our community that are useless, and they can't be saved. And these folks are helping to kill us spiritually. I'll point anybody to the book of Numbers with the prophet named Balaam. He was a prophet that was against the people of God, and his mission was to make the people sexually and morally perverse so they would be separated from God. The greatest weapon of the Hebrews was that they had the mighty God fighting for them. The only thing our people have ever had is the ability to call out for God for intervention. These people, not only do they promote degeneracy, they're the same ones pushing all of this bullshit conscious community stuff. So all this Egyptology and all these other things, it's the most wicked, degenerate thing. You make God angry when you have all this sodomy and pedophilia and adultery and all this wicked living. Why would God want to help such a people? There used to be some honor. I remember guys would hang out with ladies that were just their friends. It wasn't even a sex thing. We've become incredibly evil under the leadership of these people. And it's time for us to turn on them. You know what? Donald Trump hasn't been president 2 months. You already see white folk going to meetings, letting folk know how angry they are about changes. They don't wait 50 years. They don't let you hold office 50 years and disappoint them. These folk get mad 1 week. We imitate white people in all the wrong things. We never copy them on the things that they get right. Like, if you represent me, damn it, represent me the way I want to be represented. If you don't, I'm coming for you like I never knew you. Say something bad about Donald Trump. Let someone find out you said it 10 years ago, and they'll come after you like you tried to shoot him up in Butler, Pennsylvania. Black people, on the other hand, no loyalty to anyone that would dare raise their voice for them, and don't stand on anything. It's amazing. That dude, again, that slay queen, Al Green, one of my late friends alleged that he swings both ways. And maybe he does. Why the hell does a man need a ponytail when they're almost 80 years old? And nobody's hair, his hair is blacker than Africa, and he's in his late 70s. Nigga, please.
Well, Dr. Short, you said perfect segue into the next portion of our show. You said that we need a regime change. I have the Avengers for you, Dr. Short. The Avengers are here. The Avengers are here. Brother Juan J. Johnson, the Avengers are in the building. Hold on, Brother Juan. I got one more for you. Just.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine,
This little light of mine.
I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Science lights the way. Science lights the way. I'm gonna let it shine.
Yo, how on earth did they atheize a Christian song?
Brother Juan.
My God.
Well, the point is that my issue isn't that they how can I say, they made it into an atheistic song, but they can't sing on key. Okay, after 60 years of R&B, I'm sorry, you should be able to clap and sing on time. You've had enough exposure. If you're still clapping on 2 and 4 or whatever beat, if you're clapping on then you've got a problem.
I got another video we're going to go through. It's pretty long. We'll go through it piece by piece. Well, Brother Juan J. Johnson, you got this expression on your face, beloved.
I can't even find words.
What did you feel about the Avengers?
Trash.
Who's your hero? And the thing about the Avengers video, those are people that are in Congress, women in the Democratic Party. The Republicans have responded to that video. They have a video of their own. I'm going to play a little later. But I have a video. Go ahead, Brother Juan.
They remind me of a group of women who were sending your children to war, but they won't go to war.
Mm-hmm.
So I get with people who I know that you don't have no problem sending our children to war. But you won't send yourself or your family. I think this is a joke to these folks, man. They can't be serious. If they are serious, they need to be gone.
Oh, and I want to mention, I got a comment from a person, their name is American Lady, and she said, the people that try to advocate for our people are demonized and co-opted by degenerates. And many of us cheer it on. That's what's happening in the reparations space. We're morally bankrupt.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's not just the Boule that's bankrupt. We're bankrupt as a people to put up with their filth. Really, there's just no excuse for this kind of degeneracy to just be unchallenged. It's just, when you see Glorilla, when you see Megan Thee Stallion, when you see Lizzo, when you see Diddy and all this other stuff, these people revel in degeneracy and paganism. And in reality, part of why people did not run north with Harriet Tubman, part of the reason that they could not be convinced that they were slaves, if I could be honest with you people, is because slavery had a way of destroying the morals of people. Yes, it did. And those people therefore got used to having to sex up massa in the field hand, get a little bit of extra cornmeal for watch people get buck rope. A lot of people got used to it. The scriptures tell us, be ye not conformed, but transformed in the renewing of your mind. The Boule says conform to degeneracy, to paganism, to Luciferianism. Okay? The Boule is conforming us to killing babies, to sodomy, to transgenderism, to race suicide. It's despicable. And God knows I'm not perfect. I'm not claiming perfection. But I'll tell you something. There's some things I just won't do. I can't do. I don't want anybody to do. And I'm not going to be party to it. And by the way, I don't ascribe any of that. I don't, and not because, but again, let's get back to this. The Greek letter organizations, like the Masonic things, are here and exist to diminish the concept of absolute truth as revealed by Scripture. You see, there are very few religions that say that they're the only absolute one. The Christian Bible, Jesus says, I'm the truth, the way, and the life. It's only me. I'm it. There's nothing else but what's in this book. You'll find in Masonry and the other things, they offer more than one path to live, which by nature makes them Luciferian. And our people who've allowed the satanic groups to influence them, to lead them, to guide them, we've been deceived, we've been bamboozled, we've been tricked, we've been lied to, we've been exploited. You know, I have this book, and I'm probably going to do some reading tonight. I may take an hour or two, because I promise, and I haven't been doing all the reading, just we had 4 medical appointments last week. And and of course, one today I was late because we had a medical. So it's like in 5 business days, we had 4 appointments, and this is a non-business day. So we've had 5 appointments. So just constantly. So, but this book here, I recommend everybody get their hands on Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl by Harriet Jacobs. I've known about this book. I never really took the time. I must apologize. I often don't like certain literature about black people, not because I don't value it, but it makes me angry. I don't want to walk around being mad or angry or feeling hate for anybody. A lot of times I ignore stuff because I don't want to think about it. Because if I think about it, I'm going to get mad. And Black history has a way of really firing you up. And I need to avoid stress. So a lot of times I read certain stuff, but I don't like get too much in it because I get it. I get being at the bottom of the barrel. But this book here is the life of a black woman who was a slave. And the thing that makes a book so valuable to me, I'm going to start off in chapter 5 when this is over, is if you learn how amid this woman going through all the indignities of being a slave, the thing that kept her was a belief in God. The Greeks and all the liberal Luciferians and all these other people, they are all trying to do one thing to black people: destroy your connection to God. The story of Samson. If they could just get Samson to give up his secret of what connected him to God's power, then they had him. The secret to black people's power was the connection to God. It's in our music and everything else. All I have to do is halfway do a black church song, and there ain't nothing in the world like it. All I have to do is, when I've done the best I can, I want my crown. Lord, I want my crown. When I've done all I can, I want my crown. Right? I can sing that anywhere in the world and people will pause to turn to listen. It's an experience with God amid all of this garbage that we've dealt with. Is something beautiful came out in the form of music, praise, that we still know God amidst getting raped, beat, genocided. We didn't lose our souls. We didn't really start losing our souls until the Greeks took over. The only way that black people will survive the planned genocide of our people is for us to get rid of the Greeks. The Greeks must go. They must be purged. Black people had a movement in this country, and what happened towards the end of the 60s, they shot and killed and got rid of a lot of the leadership, and they were replaced by the Greeks who went into hiding. And let me just say this to you. The Greeks were not as prominent in the black community from the 60s until the 80s. They were brought back to bring us down. And they've succeeded. That's why they've been advanced. The Greeks came back with Reagan. With the Greeks, you saw less literacy, less activism. We've been going down. We've been going like a parabola. The higher up the Greeks go, the lower black people have gone as a collective. It's obvious that we need to jettison them. It's like a ship that needs to throw some excess baggage overboard to stabilize itself. The Greeks and the other people, they must be thrown out. And I don't care. It's not about being friends. And for folks who are sentimental, I don't care. Our people used to be closer to God. We didn't have a choice. You can't call the police. You can't go to the bank for a loan. All you can do is talk to God. Now we can call the police and the other stuff, but we don't talk to God anymore. It's insane. Why would you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Of course we want Jim Crow gone. Of course we want discrimination gone, but do we throw the God away that helped us to survive it? Why does that have to be? And the only people, by the way, if you really get into it and you start learning about the slave masters, read these books, the slave masters hated their Christian slaves the most. It's a Christian slave that won't have sex with me. It's the Christian slave that won't do certain things. I'm white, I own you, I say. And the slave says, God, That says, white dude, your power is limited. Something's greater than you. That's the slave get whipped. I was you. Nobody tells me I can't do to you what I want. This same spirit within white supremacy and Boule supremacy that denies that there's God's law that is higher than man's law. That's what's got us jammed. And they brought this garbage to destroy us. I mean, and that's why I like the Bible. The story of the Hebrew boys, or should I say the little Negro boys integrated into the Babylonian school. And they were going to turn them out, make them into freaks, eat the food, get high. And they refused. They refused to disintegrate into Babylonian life, and they ended up becoming powerful. We as a people have chosen the way of Cain, and we've been lied to. Most black people did not want to lose their schools. It was the Boule within the NAACP and other people that told us, get rid of black principals and get rid of black teachers and get rid of anything black people had, and let's just use what white people have. And I'm thinking, no one would go in and tell the Chinese in Chinatown to shutter all their businesses. Only our Boule traders have done this. You can't blame white people. Even if they're part of the problem, they're not the greater part of the problem. So when I say to you, the greatest opposition I've encountered in my life has come from Boule type people, even within one's own family. It's
Sure, here's a young Jasmine Crockett.
crock shit.
You know, no one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. This is not what my plan was. But what I've always decided is that I would step up when there was a need. Listen, he up there, he's hearing all kinds of nonsense and bullshit. Let me just be real. And we weren't gonna sit for that shit. We wouldn't, you know. But when she called me and said, I think it's time for me to retire, and you're the one that I believe should take my seat, I really was kind of caught off guard. I didn't anticipate that. If anyone knows anything about the Congresswoman, they know. We showed up, and if he had some sense, then maybe we would have been about that life. But y'all know he ain't got no sense. So please give some love. This took a little bit of coordinating to do, for sure. We got some cool shirts. You know, the congressional seat is
Totally different person, Brother Ron.
No, she's the same person. She's a Delta. The person that preceded her was a Delta. And they're a bunch of very strange people. And so I don't want these people. Let me tell you something. I worked with a Delta that was a good person. I'll keep saying, see Dolores Tucker. That's the last great Delta, the only great Delta woman I know. They were fighting degeneracy. And when it came time for the people to destroy her, she was left hung out to dry. She thought that people had her back. She was destroyed not just by the record industry, but by the Boule. I think about the fact she died at the age of 67. And I'm 60. And Miss Tucker was a good person fighting all this garbage. She thought that they were with her. When you step up as a black person, you have no idea that these people will take out their knives and stab you in the back like like Brutus on crack.
Dog, that's a good point, because if you think about it, Adam Clayton Powell, he was an alpha. And he did more for black folks than the Boule.
But understand, part of how they got Adam Clayton Powell was all the whoring and drinking and stuff he did.
Now,
and I'm not trying to pull penises out of vaginas here, but if you're taking on the system, if you're breaking all the rules, running with white women, running with secretaries, taking checks and all this other kind of stuff, you open yourself up when you start saying, I can do the same thing as people who are in a superior caste to me, which is what happens over and over and over and over and over and over and over again to stupid, dumb fuck black politicians. I can steal and graft like the white guys do. No, you're not white. And we shouldn't want to. The Bible says, envy not the oppressor nor follow any of his ways. And the Boule says, the oppressor's got it going on. Me like, I'm going to do the same stuff. It's despicable.
Brother Negro. Yep, right here.
And Croc shit, I think I sent y'all, I want to say this to everyone listening. If you can get a criminal background check program, if this is the same Jasmine Felicia Crockett, this woman is scandalous. She's basically just Diddy with a weave and a vagina, I think.
Hey, guys, I've been hearing that she's a tether on the low. I've been hearing that from multiple sources.
I can't help you. I know her family is from St. Louis. That's what we do know. And how long in St. Louis, I don't know. I know her father's allegedly a pastor, and she could be. But here's the thing, and this is again the crime of the Boule. If they were truly the black elite, if she's truly black elite, they would be able to let us know who's us and who's not. This person on my thing says she's 100% ADOS. I know that, as far as I know, her family is from America. But again, I don't share the same obsessive thing that you do, Brother Negro, because the Greek letter organizations are completely open to people from other places, and they help facilitate the invasion and the incursions into our community, because the Boule organizations are globalists. They're not black for black Americans as a separate entity. They say that, but they're not. And it's just time for us to stop playing this game.
Hey, Dr. Short, I got a question for the other panel. Do you think that because of these Title IXs and these school policies, I don't see them forcing the white frats per se to open up their doors to all ethnic groups and all this other nonsense. But when it comes to the black frats, I've seen the school administration, the school, the system itself actually force, specifically like black student unions, the black Greek organizations, they forced them to almost, underneath the guise of Title IX, to make them accept other students just because they might
that's
look
because
black.
Black people are stupid. Why take government money? And they don't do it to Jews or other people, but no one sues that way. Where are all the black lawyers? All these niggas running around in $2,000 suits, but you can't get them to do any pro bono work. I'm really disgusted by black professional people. They're scum. You get all this education, you boast about all your expertise, and you don't do anything. Let me tell you something about white folk. White folk volunteer and show up for stuff if it's their community. Black people, they got a nice house, 2-car garage. It's hard to get their attention. We have a situation where we're very nuclear. We four and no more. My wife and 2 kids and fuck everyone else. That is the model of many black people, so many. And the Boule promotes that. just take care of you. These organizations should fight. And if they can't get campus recognition, then organize, actually be a secret society. And don't demand to meet on campus. Find some place to get together. You know, with all due respect, black people don't really try to stand up or fight for anything. They never do. Halfway say something, they bend because they're slaves. Let's just be honest. Most black people are slave-minded and are comfortable in such. In fact, they told being slave-minded is a path to success. They could say, hell no. Black folks had guns and bandoleros full of bullets to get black studies in the 60s and 70s. You mean people used to have guns and force it? And now you can't just say, no, we're not going to do it? See, I prefer the old racism where people told you how they felt about you. Maybe they spit on you, whatever. You knew where you stood. Now, because you get to go to lunch in the President's Club, whatever, you feel like you belong. Well, maybe we could just open up. So, in reality, the impulse for assimilation and race suicide is the norm for black people, Mr. Negro. People don't want to be who they are. And again, you want to know who you are? I go to National Archives. It's so rare I see another black person there. It's full of white people tracing their roots. Like, our families were destroyed. Fuck, we've been destroying our family the last 60 years. We destroy our family and the family court, lying about paternity. If we're serious about any of this stuff, if people could do this 150 years ago, God damn it, don't tell me we can't do it now. It's a choice not to do it now. And people lie. They talk this stuff. It's not impossible. When I was talking to my aunt today about the royal governor of Maryland being her grandfather, my aunt knows me. I'm not putting my aunt down. My aunt did not know her second great-grandfather's name, but they'd never called to ask. Right? I'm a call away. I'm not saying I don't love anybody. I'm just saying you didn't call. You could have asked. Do you follow? Just settle with, well, I never knew that, or I didn't know much. But we're not aggressive. We're not serious about being who and what we are. We're not. And if you talk to anyone that does genealogy and find out how much opposition they get from family of just trying to get basic things like names or, well, have you ever talked to someone about where they're from? Well, somewhere in Georgia. That's an answer?
Somewhere south.
Oh, yeah, down south. I mean, you guys never sat down and talked about how you got to New York or Chicago? Or who your grandfather, grandmother, what's their actual name? The most disgusting thing for me is to go to a black funeral and find out I never knew the name of the person that I knew that was there. I'd never heard their name. I mean, like, wow. Like you don't know anything about them. We like things murky and dirty, just like the slave master. Slave master didn't want to own paternity of the kids, so he could sell and do what he wanted. And we do the same damn thing now. If we wanted it, because black people talk it, but we don't mean it. We don't mean it. That's the fundamental thing I've learned about black Americans. We don't mean it. We're jokers. 90% of black folks are jokers. If I tell you I'm interested in books and black history, you can come to my house, see books everywhere. If I go to someplace, another city, I'm likely to go to a museum or to a bookstore or to a library. go to something cultural. May not go to all the elite stuff. When I was in London, I didn't go to the Tower of London, but there's some bomb ass used bookstores with black books in London that I've never seen in America. Not that I didn't want to go to the Tower of London or the Crown Jewels, just if you say you're really interested in knowing, I went to the British Library. Um, I went to British Library, went to the British place with all the literature. I went to the National Archives in Great Britain to try to learn things. You know, if you're in Belgium, you go to the African Museum. If you're serious, your life is about pursuing certain things and sticking with it. It isn't so much. I started doing genealogy when I was 10 or about 10. 10. So 50 years later, I know some things. So, you know, it's really crystallized in the last couple of years, but it takes a long time and you have to stick with it. Black people have been, what we do, we covet what white people have. We look at what white people got from hundreds of years of free labor and everything else, free land, stolen, genocide, and expect for things to work for us exactly like it works for white people. All the while knowing shit doesn't apply to us the same. We're not working with the same things. I'm not saying that things can't be similar, but a lot of black families are not going to have certain sorts of money or wealth. Not that they can't pool or get it, but to expect. I'm not saying that you expect a black doctor to be less proficient than a white doctor, but black folks used to have. I always said, you know, 100 years ago, black people had a minimum of 120 hospitals. Do you know that we only have one hospital now? Howard University Hospital is basically controlled by Adventists, white Adventists. Even Howard Hospital, sold out by a Caribbean tethered president, Howard University. Just saying. I mean, how do you have 120 in 1920, around the time they did Black Wall Street and they're killing black folks and lynching people? Black folks had hospitals then. And then today, we've got $2 trillion and we only have one. It takes work to degenerate like that. Those black hospitals may have been small, may have not had as many beds, but they were there. Now we don't have it. A lot of instances, we don't have clinics. We don't have. How do we not have any of this now? How is that? How is that possible? We've got thousands of black people, in fact, millions of black people with advanced degrees. And yet, about half of the black men in this country can't read. Black illiterate men, 50 some odd years ago, was only like 30% of black men. Almost the number of black men that can't read has doubled since schools have been interracial and all this. What is going? How do things? It's something, and I'm telling you, it's this goddamn Boule and these traitor black preachers and other people that really they don't mean it. It's a joke. It's a joke. Who's this idiot on here? No, you can't go to any hospital today. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you don't have certain insurance, if you have Obamacare, certain hospitals won't take you, won't help you. I mean, hold on. I don't like dumbness. I don't like dumbness.
Brother Juan.
I don't like dumbness. Don't give me an opinion. And
Your mic is muted, Juan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Short been cooking for so long. Man.
no, I'm just saying. And someone put up a comment. This guy said it's integration. No, Integration means the coming together of equals. And black people have to stop using terms that they don't know what it means. Just because you hear it on the news doesn't mean that it's what it actually means. There's no such thing as transgenderism. If I hacked my dick off today, it wouldn't make me a woman. It would make me a dude that mutilated their dick. Integration means the coming together of equals. That is not what we ever had. They did not say you could wear your hair in cornrows or any style you want. No, your hair needs to look in a way that white people say your hair looks when you come to work. Or we get angry. White guy can have a ponytail, but you better not have dreads. That's not integration. Assimilation is not integration. Assimilation is destruction. Assimilation is the woman has to heat treat her hair and make it style like a white woman. But she wears her hair natural, so they say she's unprofessional. Doesn't matter if she has 2 PhDs and been in the job 20 years, she wear an afro, they want to fire her. But a sister comes in with a lace weave from an Asian store, she looks professional, even if she acts like Jasmine Crockett. That's not integration. And we need to stop using that. White people have not integrated with black people. Black people have integrated with the degeneracy of the American culture, but not with white. We've tried to we're smoking dope, we're doing everything that we saw white folk do. They have never integrated with us, nor do they care to. And that's not to be expected. I'm not mad if they don't. We have not integrated with ourselves. We still have classism and colorism and Bouleism and all this other stuff. We don't know what integration means. Integration means coming together of equals. In Canada, they have French and English because the French-speaking Canadians are integrated. You wouldn't dare not know how to speak French and run for office in Canada. You can't make it. You better know some French. In America, I meet white people or run across them online. They don't know a damn thing about black people with 60, 70 million people. That's not integration. That's assimilation. When you turn on TV, you don't. Black History Month. I mean, you'll get a little. In Canada, if you want to be head of the government in Canada, you have to have a program to appeal to French-speaking Canadians because they're a significant minority group. America does not have a representative republic. America has a majoritarian republic where the majority of people fuck over the minority group of people. That's not integration. It is not integration if someone thinks I'm too dark to have a particular job. Or I didn't come from a certain family lineage. My family is not from New England, so therefore I can't be considered. That's not integration. Assimilation and integration are two polar opposites. In fact, another term for assimilation is ethnocide. That means the destruction of a people. And that is what's been going on for the last 60 years, is the destruction of us as a people. And this has been facilitated by people who've been promoting assimilation, which is in the Boule. Same people that said in order for a black kid to learn in school, he has to be sitting next to or near white students with a white teacher, or else they're stupid. Black kids were learning better when they were in segregated schools with dedicated black teachers and principals. I don't want segregated schools. I don't think people should have textbooks that are 100 years old and other people have brand new, and that people don't spend the same amount of money on kids throughout a school system. Of course, I'm against that. But you mean unless I have a white teacher, I can't learn? The school to prison pipeline is proof that white teachers set black students up, in particular black males, for failure, for criminality. And yet they talk about the school to prison pipeline, but that was engineered by the Boule. They did this. I blame them. And the same way, you blame the CEO for the failure of a company. If the Boule represents the leadership of black people, then everything fucked up with black people is the Boule's fault. That's how I see it. And if you're a part of it, you're an accessory to it. Every person that ever pledged, you're all guilty. Every single solitary one of you. All of you. You guys we need a truth and reconciliation thing for people to burn their regalia and quit and repent for their crimes against black Americans as well. All the people in the Boule, in fact, they are disproportionate among the top percentage of black people who are getting 90% of the wealth that's concentrated in the top 10, 15% of black Americans, need to pay reparations to the rest of us for how they betrayed us, how they've gotten all the equity out of the civil rights and other movements and have not shared the resources with us. And they're the same ones that are instigating a race war by attacking Donald Trump and doing all this other bullshit, acting like they represent us. And yet they haven't tried to get deals for us to have jobs, opportunities, access to health care, and the like. It's real simple. This is deliberate. This is a rigged fight. This is being done to us by people that we've been told are leadership and their enemies.
Hey, Dr. Short, can I
Go ahead.
share something?
This a free.
Yeah,
It should be a free country. Let me say it like that.
Dr. Short, you sent me a clip about the Boule, right? And I watched it. It was one thing that kind of stuck out to me that I wasn't aware of. I didn't know that they tethered on Ethiopian culture and customs and beliefs in those frats and sororities, or depending on which ones. And they're actually tethering on other people's cultures while rejecting the Negro Black American culture that's here. One could strongly argue that they're the original.
If you know anything about Ethiopians and their culture, I have never seen any Greek stuff that mirrored the Ethiopians that I know, because Ethiopian culture, at least until contemporary times, was dominated by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Ethiopians strong about family, business. They're very proud of who and what they are. I don't see that. So the person that said that, I saw that too. You know, that guy, what he was really trying to say, and he didn't do, he should have said that these people are into Kemetic. And see, even that's shady. They don't know comprehensively what the religion of the ancient Egyptians were. They just found a new tomb within the last couple of days. A lot of ancient history is speculation. If you follow ancient history, they just found what? Down in Iraq, thousands and thousands of kilometers of canals from a city that was 5,000 years old that nobody talked about. A historical memory or cultural memory of a people is 20 years at best. And you can lose everything in 20 years. So when you talk about Nineveh, that prophet Jonah went to, or the Assyrian Empire, that place was lost for years. When it got destroyed, nobody knew where it was exactly. People had to go looking for it. The city of Troy, someone had to go looking for it. It was a memory. People didn't even know where it was. There's nobody alive. They keep finding new cities in Guatemala and in Mexico that the Mayans and other people, they didn't even know. Nobody's alive to even remember these places exist. There is a place in Turkey, I'm not going to pronounce it right. It's one of the oldest cities in the world. It's like about 10,000 years old. And there's stuff under it, meaning ancient history at best is speculative. And you have to remember the same people who are supposedly the experts on ancient history are the same folks that told you the Egyptians are white and nobody black ever did anything. These are the same people that believe in evolution. So you have a very compromised group of exceedingly dishonest people who have a cultural bias against everybody but themselves, and they're interpreting history. Like they don't know who built Cahokia in Illinois. Okay. They don't know there are pyramids all over America. Well, we don't know who built them. Or the Great Zimbabwe in Africa. Well, Phoenicians. Maybe people from another planet. Surely nobody black could build it. How the fuck do you know you weren't there? But I'm white and I said so. And I'm telling you, that kind of mindset is going to get the shit kicked out of it. Like, I'm not trying to say, but you know, they're talking about this Golden Dome, okay? I don't want America bombed. I live in D.C. I certainly don't want America bombed. But the answer is, if you're using the technology that Israel has to protect you from missiles, and hypersonic missiles blew the shit out of Israel, although it wasn't reported in the news here like it could have been. Whatever they're talking about putting up to defend America, even though it messes over other countries, by the time they spend all this money for this shield or whatever they're going to put on America, it probably won't be worth the salt that we paid and tax pay. They may have, if they've got hypersonic missiles now, what are they going to have when this Golden Dome is put together, which is based on what's in existence now as a missile? What's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years in missile development, right? Which may mean that the Golden Dome won't even be able to stop the new changes in missiles. I didn't say don't protect us from missiles being fired at us, but wouldn't it be better to not fuck with everybody on a planetary basis, white American leadership, just pick fights with everybody, steal and mess over and make enemies out of everyone till people can't stand you when they want to blow you up and they get tired of you threatening them with sanctions and nukes? You get what I'm trying to say? I mean, so these same people do the history, and these same people said the Japanese eyes were too small for them to be able to fly planes. And Pearl Harbor says that's not so, right? And the same thing said, oh, the Chinese couldn't possibly move that many soldiers. And in Korea, that's not so. And in Vietnam, they can't possibly rebuild the Ho Chi Minh Trail after we bombed it. It wasn't so. All of this stuff is, well, because I hate you, and because I can kick black Americans in the ass and they can't fight us back. So our worldview is based on our ability to bully Puerto Ricans and Aleutians and Hawaiians and other people. We project, you know, how we do history and everything is based on how much I hate people I can mess over who can't fight and defend themselves. I mean, it's great logic, I guess. If you hate people, it makes sense. But you know what? The Germans said the Russians can't organize a counteroffensive. And in Stalingrad, the biggest battle of World War II, didn't the Germans get their asses handed to them, the Sixth Army? Didn't they? Right? You're dealing with the arrogance of this European so-called exploration expansion, where everything's based on we're the baddest, like this dude that's with Elon Musk called Big Balls, and we're so smart and we know everything, and they've been firing essential people. Like firing people that are monitoring our news. And I get it. We're so white and smart. We just know, just riff them and slash them. We don't even care what your institutional knowledge is, what your profession. I'm white and I said so. This cocky shit has a bad ending for every empire. Every empire, when people are so, like the Romans, the barbarians, they wouldn't dare attack us. They wouldn't have dared attack Rome. Man, they sacked that bitch time and time and time again. They couldn't possibly. Oh, the Mohammedans, they don't have cannons. They took Constantinople in 1452. This thing about I'm better than you, it's not a smart way to deal with people. There's something about this God that most people say doesn't exist in America, and that is God didn't make stupid life. Life is intelligent. Flowers, plants, animals, people. And whenever you have a system that says certain people have smaller brains than we have, and we're smarter than everyone else, and no one can equal us, and nobody can do what we do, and we're so this and we're so that, and the Russians can't get into space, and then you get Sputnik, and you say the Chinese are stupid, and then they have nukes, and the Indians have nukes, and the Pakistanis have nukes, and eventually the Iranians, if they don't already have nukes. Stop pretending that people are dumb. They may be different, they may not have as much money, but God did not make people stupid. Well, just one group just has all the intelligence. So I'm white, and 199% of all the intelligence is in my skull. And if you don't have light colored skin, your skull has no intelligence inside of it. That's stupid. Oh, and you know what we'll do to make certain that what all the intelligence is in white skulls? We're going to go back through history, and we're going to make the Egyptians. We're going to make Shaka Zulu white, right? We're going to make not culture of Nigeria white. We're going to make people in Congo white. We're going to make the Chinese white. There's this thing called the Hamitic hypothesis, where all civilization of people who are dark-skinned, especially in Africa, comes from a group of white people called the Hamites. So if you don't have any white connection, you're dumb. You're just stupid as hell. You can't get civilized. You just can't get it together because you're not white. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. But Elon Musk and other people think like this, and these people simply haven't had their asses handed to them like it could get handed and will be handed to them. Okay? The people said they're going to clean up Gaza in just a couple of days, remember? This thing is dragged and dragged. I don't want anyone fighting anywhere. They've killed, what, tens, hundreds of thousands of people, and the folks haven't given up. Israel, so this will be done in 6 months. Well, it's more than 6 months later. Had they won? It's the same thing. We're superior. These Arabs are dirty. They're no good. We do what we want to them. They're nothing. This is our land. Whenever you approach that, you always get embarrassed. Always. The Russians said the Japanese, they're stupid. They're inferior to us. Let us sail our Baltic fleet over to Asia. And the Japanese were waiting, and they sunk the entire Russian fleet at the Straits of Tsushima and the Russo-Japanese War. I don't know how many black eyes white countries have to get before they recognize, you know what? Everybody's got a little bit of sense. Everybody's got some sense. You got to break with the gunpowder and technology that you integrated from other people, and you guys got to leap ahead. And for a period of time, everybody was behind you and had to play catch up, but they're catching up now. The Chinese have digital chips and all that is superior to what we've got. I'm not pushing for China, but they got 1 billion people. Maybe some of them are smart. Some black people are smart. And proof of that is stealing people's patents and stealing their music and all the while saying they're subhuman, they're dumb, and yet taking everything they make. On one hand, if I was inferior, why do you want what's mine? You should just let it go. So there's a great hypocrisy in these people. So these same people write the history books. The same people, well, as I said, do genealogy. And, you know, and you learn, wow. Again, I tell people, my family, we're thinking, okay, we're regular black people, cool. Yeah, imagine finding out that you come from, I mean, I knew about African royalty in the family. They got European too. And it's a fact. And it ain't just me. And that there were tens of thousands and not hundreds of thousands of people that look like us that was sent from England to the Caribbean and the Americas. And so our whole story about the establishment of the United States and the British Caribbean, but in particular the United States as a white society, is a lie. Like I was trying to figure out how we get so black. If the people in my family are all from England and Ireland and they're so white, how do we get so dark so fast? But then again, if they weren't white people that came over here from Europe, it makes a hell of a lot more sense why I'm not pale skinned like my great grandfather. Because the people came over here already melanated and mixed. And the minute they hook up with someone like Juan, they do a complete throwback and everybody's go back to the original color that they were. I was trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out how did the family get so black so fast? If everybody was pure white, I mean, I accept if that's what it is, but it isn't. There's no such thing as a pure race, and there's no such thing as anybody that's always smarter than everybody else. There is a fair distribution of intelligence, knowledge, and ability spread across humanity. Okay? And so there's intelligent life because that's what God did. Who came up with the idea of stupid life? It's the same racist ass people. Charles Darwin and evolution and all this other garbage. What was it doing? Charles Darwin wrote these books about the same time that they started dealing with black slave revolts. How do we justify stealing these people's shit, beating their asses, and doing all this stuff, inasmuch as just a handful of people like Frederick Douglass, Phyllis Wheatley, Equiano Udala, and others, or Harriet Jacobs, were able, just a handful of blacks get education, were able to prove that this lie that black people were inferior based on the Bible shot that shit in the head. So they had to go from the Bible to white pseudoscience. And we've been kind of stuck there with, what's this guy? Bernstein and Mary's Bell Curve book. So let's understand, nothing's true about it. Nothing's true. Nothing's factual. And in reality, as I keep saying to people, the population of people that identify in this as this white thing is diminishing. Not because anyone's fighting people. It's probably because people have so much hate in their heart that they're not procreating. They're too busy having guns, planning to exterminate people, hurt people, fight people at the gun range, mad that other people exist in other countries and aren't bothering you. Instead of loving your woman or loving your man, or you're creating stuff like feminism and eugenics and so forth to jam up everything. And ultimately, the Bible says you dig a ditch for someone else and you fall into it. You dig this ditch of hatred and destruction, and then it happens to you. Let that be a lesson to the Boule. You dug a ditch for the black masses to be destroyed, and it is you that will be destroyed. Let me land my plane for a second.
Oh, that concludes another great Pack Talk broadcast, episode 60. Dr. Short came in, cooked, gave us the main course and the dessert. Brother Negro.
Yes, sir.
Negro,
Yes, sir.
You have some things that you'd final thoughts, sir?
Final thoughts about the Boule. They need to be disbanded. Just like a lot of the entities that's been against us. From its inception, they're rooted in evil. So think of it as the poisonous fruit from the poison tree type of doctrine type of thing going on. The more I look back, and I'm glad that I have my own organization, the Negro Black Knights Heritage Club. I'm glad that we infuse the Word of God. You know, I think that's very important, very vital. And the more and more, I'm very appreciative that this organization does exist and that it's present, because there needs to be an alternative to what's out there. We can't, as a society, we can't just complain about what we don't like, but we also have to build the possible alternatives, what we are doing, so that people can come to these newer institutions that are in our interest, that's in our image, and also in the image of our Creator, because, you know, He created us. And one thing I have learned is that nonprofit organizations such as the Boule and all those frats and sorority, they're rooted, they draw upon the inspiration of Satanism or being evil, you know? And that's one thing that I've learned. So anybody that's talking about these organizations, all of them have an origin point, and they all are inspired by something. And so for you as a person that wants to be a part of these organizations, to find out the truth before you join. We got to take personal responsibility as a community when it comes to these frats and sororities. Salute to y'all, brothers. 2025, end Boule lynching. That's the motto. End Boule lynching.
Yes, end Boule lynching.
To you, as always, Dr. Short, Brother Juan, thank you, brother. And Q, you already know what it is, and thank you for your support and your platform and keeping up with Pat Talks.
Brother Juan.
Let me first just give a shout out to Chef C in the passing of his father. He had a service on this week, so I want to just salute the chef. He's out here trying to do his business, do his talk shows, broadcast, but he's also grieving. So just want to let him know that in his prayers and his family, again, lost a father that raised him. Second thing, I just want to shout out to, again, to the family and friends of Caleb Wilson, whose name should be mentioned every day. Every day.
Caleb Wilson.
Caleb Wilson. Where are the Qs? Where are the frats? Where's the conversation about the hazing? Why aren't we discussing the killing of black men and women in these organizations? So again, just want to shout him out and his family, praying for them and all those who are victims of these fraternity, sorority killings, lynchings. Number three, I want to shout out to Dr. Short for being a John the Baptist, a Nehemiah, a Elijah type, who's crying out and setting things in order, leaving a reservoir of information that will be listened to in posterity. They may not listen to you right now, but they'll listen to you later. Because somebody somewhere will be saying, well, where were the voices who were standing in the gap? Where were the voices who were the dissenters? And they're going to come up, they're going to pull up Dr. Short's videos and realize there was a voice out here who was crying loud and sparing out. Okay? Also, to you, Brother Q, for holding things down for this Pat Talk.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you. People don't realize this. We may not interrupt our conversations and say like, share, subscribe, and donate, but you're not getting this type of information. There's so many platforms out there you're going to, but you got some solid, well thought out, educated brothers, and every now and then we're doing a sister too, who are giving you what you need, a different perspective. So again, I salute Brother Q, and I need y'all to hit his cash app. Somebody needs to support the program tonight. You listen to Dr. Short, You know, Dr. Short is not no nobody. Numerous movies, numerous documentaries. And you know, when he come with the real. Okay? As for me, all I say is this. I need you to consider being responsible gun owners, gun users. We are not out of danger. My passion is to make sure I can train you how to defend yourselves, defend your families, your friends, your neighborhood, your county, your state, and maybe the nation. Need you to be aware of these stadiums, these movie theaters, anywhere there's a lot of people. Just be mindful. I don't want you to be no soft target. And again, thank you all for tuning in and taking part in the discussion. There's no small things, nothing small about you taking part in this discussion. I appreciate you, and I want the best for you and your families. But don't forget to like the program, to share it, to subscribe to each of our channels, and don't be afraid to make a donation, a donation.
Oh, wow.
A donation. Do something.
Oh, my.
I turn it back over to you, Brother Q, and Brother Negro. Had a good time at church this morning. I was participating in Brother Negro's church this morning, so Zoom calls.
Dr. Short, you got any final thoughts?
Well,
Thank you for attending.
I want to ask everyone, pardon my tardiness. As I said, my mother and I are working very hard to fight advanced stage cancer. I want to thank everybody that's helped out through our GoFundMe. Like today, it cost me $500 out of pocket. I wouldn't have had that without people helping me. So if I'm not buying books, I'm paying for stuff to stay alive. Staying alive, staying alive. I thank everybody for it because I've had to put out some money when insurance doesn't cover naturopathic treatments. And my mother adamantly does not want to do chemo again, and like on the pain of death. So I'm working very hard to try to figure out how we can find. So now we've got 2 naturopathic doctors we're consulting with, and I believe that we're going to figure out what to do. So I thank everyone on the Angry Black Men's Book Club and Salt Ministry for helping. And I mean that. It was like, it's an order. Our medical system, part of the problem is it's rigged against certain folks. I think I showed you the book by the guy who's talking about in order to get rid of black people, make the medical system no good. I had that book, and there's a reason I just went to pick up other books and because I want to do some reading. But I thank all of you for your help. Paying $500 bill would hurt typically. It didn't hurt that much because people were so kind to my mother and I thank you. The only real asset I have other than God is I have a living mother at my age of 60. And I'd love to see my mother live to be 90. They'll turn 83 this year. I'd love to see my mother make 100. And I do. I look forward to talking to you about health stuff. There's some things that we're doing, people are meeting. And again, I want to say to you, these Boule people are just the worst of the worst. And a lot of the people at the bottom that don't know, it's sort of like being a brown shirt. You don't know Hitler's doing a final solution, but you're a part of it. Black folks need to have some morality. You can't just be involved in something because it halfway appeals to you, and yet you don't bother to know what it's about. You say white people don't take you seriously, but yet we don't take ourselves seriously to investigate and find out what things are really about. that's everything. Like, I meet really goofy people that go from Christianity to Islam. I don't think they really knew what Christianity was. And then when you ask them something about Islam, they get defensive. My thing is, wait a minute, wait a minute. You just trashed what I think. And yet I asked you a question. When was the Kaaba built and who built it? And you want to fight. I mean, you don't seem like you're in command, right? You asked me, what was God's name before Allah? Since you said there's no such thing as God, there's no such thing as God. And people get all mad. And we jump into things because of emotion. And particularly, I'm gonna say we have a lot of pussy mouth, bitch type black men. It's because you don't have fathers in your lives, whatever. You are very emotional and hormonal. And that's one of the reasons we have Pat Talk. It's not just that we have asshole feminists who happen to have pussy. I don't know how good it is, but they have one. But then you have these weak, emotional black men, a lot of them. And I'm not saying physically weak. They may be very strong, but they're so weak, they need to belong to something like an organization where they have a brand on their buttocks or the prepuce of their penis or on their shoulder and all the stupid stuff. And yes, big brother. And I'm going to just say this. People need love, fellowship, and harmony. I certainly do. However, abuse and neglect, whether it's a man with a woman, or it's a man among men, or boys among boys, or girls among girls, or women among women, conditional acceptance isn't acceptance at all. You don't have anything. You don't have anything if you need someone to beat on, spit on, scream at you. That, in fact, that's what was done in buck breaking. So in reality, the Boule Black Creek-led organizations are nothing but black-run buck breaking and winch breaking organizations. And if you're part of it, you're continuing slavery. You're an enemy to God and a traitor of your people. Now, I want to say to everyone that's here right now, I've got about, what is it? I've got 90 people watching. I am very, very interested in doing some reading. I had not done a couple of other days. I just had stuff. Again, it's a trip when you've got a sick family member. It just throws everything off, and you just have to deal with it as it comes up. But if you like, let me let you know if you guys want me to do some reading. I got, and I thank people for being so kind because I had some help with my medical bills. I got this book, and this is a really good chapter. And even though it's Women's History Month, there's a really good chapter in this book. It's called Sexuality and Slavery. Sexuality and Slavery, y'all. And there's some really good chapters in there. I want to get this one. Sexual abuse of black men under American slavery. I would like to read that. In fact, maybe I should read that for a Pat Talk. What you say, bro? But I'm going to read it. This is a new. I got the paperback. The only hardback I could find was $100. Y'all have no idea when these specialty books come out, they're never cheap. I'm trying to get a book called The Negro in Chicago, where they're talking about the fact that black people need to be wiped out. And this was a government-funded study. It's 102 years old. I'm hoping I only have to pay $80 to get the book. But I want to show you an original copy of the books, and I read it. I'm not picking, I'm not hating nobody. I'm reading what some bastard wrote as part of a study funded by the government. And I thought that that would make sense. And of course, I got my Harriet Jacobs book. And I was thinking to just deal with this because part of this Boule thing has a lot to do with sexuality and slavery. And they were her property. Maybe I'll read a little bit more. I read the intro to this. And Harriet Jacobs, she was hazed. The first Boule were the white slave masters. Y'all get me? And so if you guys like this, I can take a very short break and grab me a can of rainwater, and we can kick this off. Or if you want me to keep this one up, I can do that and just add to it. What are you guys saying? Are y'all in the mood for maybe an hour or so of reading, or are you guys bored? And I can do another one. I can just put another stream up. What are you guys thinking? And by the way, I'm Dr. Randy Short with the Angry Black Men's Book Club. I'm also with Salt Ministry when I'm not using foul language. People hate me even more when I talk about God and holiness. I guess I can't make people happy. If I'm talking street, they get mad. I talk about Jesus, they get mad. And if you want to support anything that I'm doing, my GoFundMe, I don't know. I can send you a link to it, but you can find me. My Cash App is $ Dr. Randy Short. My Venmo is Dr. Randy Short. My Patreon is Dr. Randy Short. DrRandyShort. So it's $ DrRandyShort for Cash App. It's DrRandyShort for Patreon. It's DrRandyShort for Venmo. I'm WRandyShort at gmail.com for Zelle and PayPal, which is also my personal email. If you want to write or ask or get book questions, whatever, feel free to write. No booty calls or things like that. I mean, I'll just block it. And of course, I would appreciate anything like, share, subscribe, and just push this out. And I hope to do more. I hope I don't keep getting interrupted. Again, I got 3 medicals, well, 2 more medicals to do this week. So actually 3. And then I have to go somewhere if mom goes. So my mom needs someone to escort her. So that's kind of what threw this off. But I'm hoping, as my doctor said, part of my recovery is doing things that I like. I love reading. Health happens. So I didn't ask for heart attacks and blood poisoning and all this other kind of stuff, but I'm here. So if you like this, share it. And if you guys want me to read on a little bit, I can do that. And if nothing else, I'm going to read some of, I should read this thing on this men getting raped. Which one should I do? So I want to thank the Pat Talk. I want to thank Brother Q and everybody for their patience, for their love. Brother Negro for always helping out. I mean, even when he's a struggling, starving student, he'd be sending me like rat cheese and shit to keep me alive. I thank him. I thank Brother Juan for all the support. Thank Brother Q for all the support. And the Angry Black Men's Book Club is about to progress. So you guys can sign the hell off and we can have some fun. You guys ready to like raise some sand? And don't blame me for what somebody did 100 or 200 years ago.
Appreciate you guys.
So, you guys want me to do some reading. And by the way, none of these books, in my opinion, I know folks, you just hate people. I don't do anything but read, try to figure out what the hell happened. I was trying to figure out, why does my family look like my aunt that came by? Why does my family look Polynesian or whatever? And why does Granddaddy look Chinese? I thought we were all black. I mean, what does all this stuff mean? I just want to understand, right? So let me see. Let me make certain I've got my water. So if my throat gets dry reading, let me get a can of rainwater, if y'all would indulge me with that. And I think, I'm trying to think, I even like this. What should we do? And this is, I love this book. I got to read this. This is so good. So I'm a book addict. I'm addicted to books. I really am. I'm addicted to books, and you learn so much from them. If you guys would indulge me, I thought I had my thermos down here, but I don't. Oh, here it is. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Yes. I can wet my whistle, and we won't have an interruption. That's wonderful. And my throat was kind of dry. Now let me see. What do I read next? What do I read next? What should we do? Oh, I love this. Let me do one other thing. I want to be a little... The temperature's dropping. Let me get one more thing. Can you guys give me exactly 3 minutes? I just want to make certain I got everything so I don't have to stop. If y'all give me 3 minutes, I can give you a lot more time. Are you guys down for that? I promise not to be gone long. Give me just a second. I want to make certain I got something. In fact, oh, it's one of these wonderful books here, man. Whew. The David Walker Appeal. See, we should be doing American history every day. Let me grab one thing so I'm nice and warm, so I don't have to stop. Oh, wait a minute. This thing went off. No wonder. Okay, there you go. No wonder I got cold. Yeah, I don't want to get cold. I'll get sleepy. I can't wait. Let me do one more thing. And, yes. I'm going to take a 3-minute break, and I'll be right back. I promise. Give me 1 second. paste it. Okay. Okay. Let's have some fun. Oh my gosh. Holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. Okay. Oh my God. Ah, holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. Oh yes, Lord. It got cold. I had to turn some heat on. No, I don't like these cheapies. Let me put this other light on. Okay. 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 Now we done. All right. Is everybody ready? Because I sure am. Let me put my snacks there. Gotta get my table. Holy Jesus. Should I take some drugs? Should I take some drugs? I feel like taking some drugs. What is this? Ooh. Okay. Thanks. It got cold. I like blue. Except in politics. I like red. Anyway, okay, guys. Let's get into business. And let me put some damn eyes on. Okay. Oh, well, you got weed. Weed was disappointing. I didn't like weed. It made me, I didn't use weed. It just took the oil. It bothered me. So let me see. Let me drug up a little bit. I'm gonna take some drugs. Everybody needs them. At least it's natural. Good tasting too. And oh yeah, I want to make certain I'm good and high today, man. Now I just love everybody. See how drugs do? Except when you have to pay for them. All right, let's get down to business. I was in chapter 5 in Harriet Jacobs' book, Instance in Life of a Slave Girl. I got to chapter 5, and I was trying to think of mixing it up a little bit, and that way I have more than one. And oh, there's so many good ones. Okay, now, some of these books are short. Well, let me put that aside. Put that aside. Oh, this one. Really good one. I'm waiting for my lynching book to come. Let me pick a good chapter. I hear something nasty. Okay. I'm going to do something slightly different. I'm going to introduce another book. I am going to read from the other books, but I want to introduce another book today. And since we're talking about sexual violence in women, now in Women's History Month, I will talk about men getting raped. I think it's appropriate as much as we're challenging the Boule. Angry Black Men's Book Club. I, your host, Dr. Randy Short. I am here. In fact, let me change the title so we can get busy. Oh, I'm so happy. And yep, we're gonna, let me add something in here. Banners. Chapter 9. Brenda Hastings. Oh yeah, we're getting this hooked up, y'all. I've got something kinky since it's Sunday anyway. Okay. Y'all ready? All right. Let's get busy. This is from Sexuality and Slavery, Reclaiming the Intimate Histories in the Americas, edited by Dana, or Diana, or Dina, whatever, Ramney Berry, and Leslie M. Harris. And the chapter that I've chosen is What's Love Got to Do with It? Concubinage and Enslaved Women and Girls in the Antebellum South by Brenda E. Stevenson. Quote, I was a little girl, not 14 years old. One day, Mr. Cook told me I must come into his room that night and take care of him. Louisa Piquette and her mother's stories of concubinage chart the experiences they shared with thousands of other enslaved women in the antebellum South and hundreds of thousands in the Atlantic world. Born in the late 1820s on a plantation outside of Columbia, South Carolina, Louisa was an infant along with her mother, Elizabeth Ramsey. Elizabeth was about 20 years old when Louisa was born, a seamstress and a domestic for her mistress by day. Elizabeth was the, quote, quadroon, close quote, concubine of her owner, James Hunter Randolph, by night, although James Randolph had sworn Elizabeth to secrecy regarding the paternity of her white baby. Mrs. Randolph could see for herself that Louisa had a remarkable resemblance to her own infant born only 2 weeks earlier. Mrs. Randolph insisted that Elizabeth and her child be sold. My Lord. David R. Cook, a cotton planter in Jasper County, Georgia, bought the 20-year-old mother and her baby. It was not long before Elizabeth again became the concubine of her owner, and she had 3 children by him. Louisa was raised as a child domestic in the Cook home, caring for his children by his wife, Phoebe, and no doubt those of her mother. When Cook was drinking, gambling, and was a drinking, gambling man, literally lost the farm to creditors, he went into hiding. He sent his wife Phoebe and their children to live with a cousin and took his concubine Elizabeth, her children, including Louisa, and a few other bond people to Mobile, Alabama, where he rented them out to earn income for him. By the time Louisa was 14, her owner, the father of Louisa's step-siblings, was determined to have her. Louisa resisted receiving 2 brutal whippings at Cook's hands as a result. She had just decided to submit to her owner's demand when the Georgia sheriff, bent on bringing Cook to justice, caught up with him. Cook's property, including Elizabeth, her son John, daughter Louisa, was sold for his debts. The family was separated. The mother and son went to Texas. Their new owner, Texas's first lieutenant governor and founder of Baylor University, Colonel Albert Horton, tried to purchase Louisa, bidding $1,400 for her. But the beautiful youth had captured the sexual imagination of another purchaser, John Williams, a divorced man in his late 40s from New Orleans, had planned to buy the virtuous Louisa and make her his concubine. The bidding war ended, With Williams successful. With Williams is successful. Okay, that's what it says. He paid $1,500 for the young teen. Glad that she'd escaped Cook, Louisa soon learned she had cause to lament that she had jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. Williams had bought her for sex on the trip to New Orleans by boat on the Mississippi. Mr. Williams told me that what he bought me for. He said he was getting old, and when he saw me, he thought he'd buy me and end his days with me. He said if I behaved myself, he'd treat me well, but if not, he'd whip me almost to death. Louisa had 4 children by the gray-haired man who was at least 30 years her senior. Sexual contact between slave masters and their bonded female property was a common experience in the Atlantic world. These relations ran the gamut from rape and sodomy to romance, from chance encounters to obsession, concubinage, and even marriage. They could be hetero or homosexual in nature. They included, but were not limited to, pedophilia, incest, sadomasochism, and voyeurism. One only need pursue the travel, literature, diaries, church records, letters, and even colonial newspapers produced throughout the French, British, Dutch, Portuguese, and Spanish-American colonies to find ample evidence. Whether one reads the diary of William Byrd, the early 18th century of early 18th century Virginia, or Thomas Thistlewood of 18th century Jamaica, Ulada Equiano's writings descriptive of his life in Montserrat, or John Stedman's account of his life in late 18th century Suriname provide details and descriptions. In the travel accounts of other curious European onlookers in the Americas, ecclesiastical records of the Catholic Church in Florida, Brazil, Cuba, New Orleans, and New Spain, printed in abolitionist attacks on the immoral consequences of slavery, and, for that matter, Thomas Jefferson's notes on the same topic, as well as hundreds of recollections and autobiographical accounts of enslaved people in the Atlantic world. One is confounded by the prevalence of sexual contact between European or European American men and African or African American women bounded by the institution of slavery. It was a common occurrence by any measure, widespread and obvious. In North America, sexual relations across the color line may have been more prevalent, or at least more public. In the cities of the lower South, such as New Orleans, Mobile, Biloxi, and Charleston, there systems of placage or plaçage and other forms of concubinage sustained sexual contact between an enslaved woman and her master were part of publicly acknowledged circum-Caribbean legacy of interracial sex. Still, this particular type of slave labor also existed in smaller cities and the countryside and on the frontier territories of the U.S. South. Indeed, the practices of concubinage on the smaller southern locales has been woefully underestimated, largely because of rural isolation permitted and invisibility on isolated farms and plantations where these women toiled. Quote, it was a hard job to find a master that didn't have women among his slaves, close quote, one former antebellum bondsman recalled. Quote, that was the general thing among the slave owners. Federal census enumerators did not typically identify mixed-race bond people and their description of free, black, or enslaved populations during the antebellum era. They did so for the first time in 1850, offering substantial evidence of interracial sexual contacts. 11% of the enslaved persons were described as mulattoes, along with 37% of free blacks. Indeed, there is no more sufficient mark of the commonality of slave experience than the recording in the popular song. Throughout the South, as in Kentucky, South Carolina, and Louisiana, for example, enslaved men sang to the accompaniment of banjo and guitar the appropriately titled song, Massa Had a Yellow Gal. This version from South Carolina suggests a competition between the enslaved and slave-holding men for the affections of these women. Old Massa had a pretty yellow girl. He bought her from the South. Her hair, it curled so very tight she couldn't shut her mouth. Chorus, way down in Mississippi, where the girls there are so pretty. What a time down in old Caroline. This darky fell in love with the handsome yellow Dinah. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. Levi Pollard, a former slave from Virginia, remembered singing a song of a similar theme. Black girl sweet, some like goodies that the white folks eat. Don't you take and tell her name, and there's something happen, you won't catch the blame. Yellow girl fine, she may be yon, but she ought to be mine. Let me get by and see what she mean by the cut in that there eye. Likewise, concubinage was not just a phenomenon practiced in the Americas during the slave era. Rather, it was an institution as old as and widespread and diverse as the system of human bondage. Just as some form of slavery had manifested itself in virtually every major civilization in recorded history, including those of ancient Rome, Greece, Israel, China, Persia, India, and various European and pre-Columbian American societies, as well as throughout Africa. So too did some form of sexual relations exist between owners and those owned in these societies. Indeed, historians believe that sexual slavery was practiced in those West and Central African societies from which many of the female captives who arrived in the Americas were drawn. Paul Lovejoy, for example, notes of concubinage in northern Nigeria and that almost all the enslaved women who worked in the domestic sphere spent at least part of their sexually mature years as concubines. Martin Klein likewise asserts that in French West African slave women were sexually available to be commanded rather than courted. Joseph Miller concurred, concluding that in West Central Africa, girls and young women who struck male purchasers as sexually attractive were universally prized. For Eastern Africa, Frederick Cooper reported that there too, any female slave was legal at the sexual disposal of her master. The practice and experience of concubinage is as important to understand, therefore, because of its place within the range of experiences that helped to define the Southern female slave's emotional and psychological development, domestic life, and work routine. It also deepens the connection between her experiences to those other enslaved people across time, place, and culture. Opening the door to this aspect of the female slave's experience exposes her ideas about her body as a location of pleasure, production, and procreation, as well as a site of exploitation, alienation, loss, and shame. A study of concubinage can also suggest much about the internal dynamics of the slave family and community, where concubines, for example, were considered members of the enslaved community, or were they ostracized and regarded as fundamentally different from the other bonded women. Equally important is what concubinage can tell us about sexual attitudes and relations and Southern black communities and marital relations among the enslaved and their owners, the place of mixed-race children, enslaved and white families, and the location of mixed-race people in a society in which its residents commonly derive their status from either being white or black, not both. Interracial sex relations, later referred to as miscegenation, raised explosive issues of forced female purity and sexual sanctity in both black and white families, all the while creating a class of women and men whom both bonded and slave-holding men and women found physically desirable. Color consciousness and stratification among African Americans resulted from a combination of factors surrounding interracial sexual contact, voluntary and coerced, which produced a large mixed-race population among enslaved and free African Americans. The popularity of racist ideologies about color differences and racial hierarchies and their practical application in antebellum Southern society was widespread. The remainder of this essay explores two topics: the nature of enslaved women's sexual work, with an emphasis on concubinage and the responses of various factions of the antebellum Southern community to the presence of sustained sexual relationships between white men and enslaved African American women. When my sister was 16 years old, Lewis Clark of Madison County, Kentucky explained, her master sent for her. It was a meeting that changed a young woman's life and that of her family forever. According to Clark, her sister was pretty and near white. She was whiter than I am, for she took after her father. She explained of her sibling. When he sent for her again, Clark continued, she cried and didn't want to go. Finally, she confided her troubles to her mother, who had lived through the same experience. Their female parent could offer little advice or comfort. Try to be decent and hold up your head above such things if you can, she told the girl. Their master, William Campbell, had engaged in both their sister's public exposure of his desire for her rejection of him, sold her right off to Louisiana. We were told afterwards, Lewis added, that she died there of hard usage. Elizabeth Keckley, the famed seamstress of Mary Todd Lincoln, Mrs. Jefferson Davis, and other politicians' wives in the 1850s and 1860s, described her adolescent experiences as a bonded female in North Carolina. I was regarded as fair-looking for one of my race, and for 4 years a white man had base designs on me. I do not care to dwell upon this subject, for it is one that is fraught with pain, Keckley declared. Suffice it to say that he persecuted me for 4 years. I became a mother. Mary Reynolds, who had been enslaved in Concordia Parish, Louisiana, and recalled of the arrival of a mulatto woman, Margaret, around 1850. Quotes, once master goes to Baton Rouge and brung back a yellow girl dressed in fine style. She was a seamster nigger, close quotes. Reynolds explained to everyone on the plantation of 50 or so slaves soon noticed how their master, Dr. A.H. Kilpatrick, treated his new bondwoman. They all understood why. He built her house way away from the quarters, Mary noted. And she done fine sewing for the whites. Us niggers know. The doctor took a black woman as quick as he did a white and took any on his place he wanted and took them often. But most of the children born on the place looked like niggers. Aunt Cheney, all us say, 4 of hers were masters, but he didn't give them no mind. But this yellow girl breeds so fast, and it gets a mess of young white ones. Indeed, the 1860 census from Concordia indicates Dr. Kilpatrick did own one 27-year-old mulatto woman and 3 mulatto children, a 6-month-old boy, a 6-year-old girl, and a 9-year-old boy. She learnt them fine manners and combs out they hair, Mary Reynolds recalled. Once 2 of them goes down the hill to the dollhouse where Kilpatrick's children had planned. They wants to go in the dollhouse, and one of Kilpatrick's boys say, that's for white children. They say, we ain't no niggers 'cause we got the same daddy you has. A profoundly important difference between the experiences of enslaved females and males as laborers in the antebellum South is that most bondmen did not face constant sexual harassment or battery that many enslaved girls and women, such as Elizabeth Ramsey, Liza Piquette, Elizabeth Keckley, Margaret Kilpatrick, and Lewis Clark's mother and sister, whose stories are recounted above, confronted during their most vulnerable years. Nor could slave men expect that their physical attractiveness and sex appeal were likely to gain them access to emancipation or well-being as some of these women. The prices of enslaved females reveal the value slaveholders place on their feminine assets. Bonded men usually cost more than females, skilled laborers more than field hands, and young more than the elderly. The only real exception to these rules of the market was the fancy girl trade or the good breeding women, two categories of sexual commodification of enslaved females that were not mutually exclusive, particularly since many of the women targeted for this trade were mixed race. Indeed, historian Kotlikov concludes in his study on slave prices in New Orleans from 1804 to 1862 that light-colored added over 5.3% to the female's price, while only 2.29% of the price of enslaved males. If these women proved to be fertile and were impregnated by a white male, the child bore would be even lighter, thereby more valuable monetarily as slave property for their owners, particularly if the offsprings were female. Marie was pretty. That's why they took her to Richmond to sell her. You see, you can get a powerful lot of money in those days for a pretty girl, Carol Ann Randall explained of her sister's sale to the Carolinas. John Bruin of Alexandria, Virginia, of the slave trading firm Bruin and Hill, placed Emily Russell, a beautiful young girl who he planned to sell as a prostitute in New Orleans, on the market in 1850 for $1,800. Mr. J. Davenport was offered $2,500 for Harriet, his enslaved woman who looked like a white girl and was likely considered a quadroon. And his autobiography, James Pennington, who had been enslaved in Queen Anne's County, Maryland, explained, "It is under the mildest form of slavery as it existed in Virginia, Maryland, and Kentucky that the finest specimens of colored females are reared. For the express purposes of supplying to the market to a class of economical and Louisiana and Mississippi gentlemen who do not wish to incur the expense of rearing legitimate families, they are, nevertheless, on account of their attractions, exposed to the most shameful degradation." Pennington went on to explain his claims of presenting the case of Mary Jane and Emily Catherine Edmondson, enslaved girls aged 14 and 16, priced together at $2,250. There was such an exorbitant fee, Pennington argued, because they intended to sell Mary Jane and Emily as prostitutes in the Deep South. Louisa Piquet fetched the price of $1,500. Elizabeth Ramsey's master asked for $1,000 for her, even when she was in her 40s, but settled for $900, noting that the pale-skinned domestic, that it's true she's getting old, but she carries her age well and looks as young as she did 20 years ago. Most enslaved females and girls were at some time during their working lives destined to at least experience some sexual harassment, if not outright sexual assault from a male authority figure. Oftentimes, being white was the only badge of authority necessary, but this pressure also emanated from male drivers, white overseers, and others with a modicum of power. But what typically distinguished those enslaved women who were targeted for occasional or random sexual contact from those whom slave-holding males viewed as potential concubines? When one looks closely at the documents that describe slave concubinage and concubines, females with certain physical, cultural, and sometimes intellectual characteristics emerge as desirable. Many were mixed race, African, Native American, European, but the vast majority were young, beautiful, culturally adept, skilled, and sometimes literate, and most importantly, physically accessible. Most concubines were forced or lured into sexual relationships soon after reaching puberty. As such, slaving men could assure the sexual purity of their consequences and impose a type of psychological control. George Carter, of the elite Carter clan in Virginia, for example, was notorious for buying likely virgins of about the age of 14 and 15. Sally Hemings became Jefferson's concubine at that age, bearing her first child when she was 16 years old. Harriet Jacobs' trouble started about the same age. Quote, "I now entered on my 15th year, sad epoch of the life of a slave girl," Harriet began her tale of sexual harassment. My master began to whisper foul words in my ear. Young as I was, I could not remain ignorant of their import. In Georgia, David Dickerson raped his mother's enslaved girl Julia when she was 12 and made her his long term concubine. The physical similarity of these mixed race girls to those considered the most beautiful Euro American women of the era was strikingly obvious in the written descriptions, paintings, and drawings. Skin tone and hair texture were especially highlighted, but facial features resembling those of Northern Europeans. Thin lips and noses, for example, were also important. The general measure was that the lighter the skin, the straighter the hair, the more attractive the woman or the girl. Marcia said, ain't got but one weakness, and dat am pretty yalla girls. Cheney's spells of North Carolina admitted. He just can't resist them. Uncle Cephas, who used to live in Tennessee before the war, told a late 19th century interviewer that a very pathetic story of a colored girl whose master had brought her in Carolina and brought her to Tennessee. He wrote on, her name was Lizzie Buford. She was the most beautiful girl. She had large black eyes, long black hair, beautiful oval-shaped face, and was a fine, oily brunette complexion. She might have easily passed for Cuban. Another enslaved woman, Nellie Johnson, was sold to a mighty bad man. Her unofficial biographer noted, Nellie was almost white, had pretty long straight hair. Louisa Piquette was described as medium height, of fair complexion and rosy cheeks, with dark eyes, flowing head with hair, with no perceptible inclination to curl. No one would suspect that she had a drop of African blood in her veins. Louisa's mother, also a concubine, was described as pretty white with long hair that was wavy. Another enslaved seamstress named Lucy, who belonged to a member of Louisa's mistress family and was a concubine, was described as bright white, light hair, blue eyes. Louis Hayden's mother, who was also chosen to be a concubine of a local white man in Kentucky, she was biracial but had no African ancestry, rather Native American and Caucasian, and she was described as very handsome with long, straight black hair. And while no known drawings or paintings exist perhaps of this most famous concubine in Southern history, Sally Hemings, bondsman Isaac Jefferson described the woman who lived in Monticello with him as very handsome, mighty near white, with long straight hair down her back. Isaac also described Sally's mother, who had been a concubine of John Wales, as least as one of the white men of Monticello, as a bright mulatto woman. The desire for a woman whose appearance resembled that of white women was also echoed in the preferences for potential concubine cultural accoutrements. Slaveholding men chose slave consorts who were house servants or skilled laborers. Seamstresses were particularly popular. Domestics, after all, had to be more culturally similar to whites than field slaves. Indeed, slaveholding men so typically chose domestic servants to be their concubines that the term housekeeper became a popular euphemism that encompassed these women's physical, sexual, and emotional labor as their master's consorts. These women, because they typically lived around their owners, children, and older kin, had to possess a degree of sophistication and cultural knowledge. Domestics and other skilled women certainly had more access to literacy than those work that did not require that they have some intimate familiarity with Southern white females' culture and conventions. Enslaved domestics, moreover, had been reared to maintain a comfortable home, that the one that slaveholding men could appreciate. Slave masters preferred that their concubines, therefore, not only look like white women, but also dress, speak, sew, cook, and worship like them as well. Louisa Piquette, for example, was described as easy and graceful in her manners and appeared an accomplished white lady. An advertisement appearing in July 4th, 1835, the American Beacon for an escaped woman, Harriet Jacobs, reiterates the traits of most slaveholding men desired in their concubines. In that advertisement, Dr. James Norcombe describes Harriet as a light mulatto, 21 years of age, about 5 feet 4 inches high, of a thick and corpulent habit, having had a thick covering of black hair that curls naturally but can be easily combed straight. Norcombe went on to depict other aspects of Harriet's appearance that indicates her attractiveness to him. Of her dress, the doctor noted, being a good seamstress, she has been accustomed to dress well, had a variety of fine clothes, made in prevailing fashion, and will probably appear tricked out of a gay and fashionable finery. Norcombe added, with regard to Jacob's demeanor and presence, she speaks easily and fluently, and had an agreeable carriage and address. In other words, Harriet, the enslaved woman he wanted so desperately to be his concubine, was young, beautiful, charming, and refined. As it is any wonder, then, that Norcombe was desperate to get her back? Equally desperate was another slaveholder, Mr. J. Davenport of Mississippi, who advertised in 1839 for the return of his domestic, Harriet Powell, who had escaped during their trip to Syracuse, New York. Davenport was willing to pay $200 for the return of his 24-year-old bright quadroon, whom he described as full of well-proportioned form, straight light brown hair, dark eyes, approaching to black, of fresh complexion, and so fair she would generally be taken for white. Her demeanor is very quiet, and her deportment modest. The daily routine of these housekeepers was the same as with other domestics, with the additional burden of sex on demand. On the farms and smaller plantations, some of these women worked in the house and the field. What did I do? One former Alabama concubine responded to a question about her work routine. I spun and cooked and waited and plowed. There weren't nothing I didn't do. Most began learning their skilled trades as children, sometimes as a companion of planter youths or in the kitchen, sewing room, and barnyard with older domestics. Like other domestics as well, they had extremely limited privacy and often were at the beck and call of their masters and other members of the owners' families day and night. The labor and domiciles for domestics, of course, also allowed slaveholding men greater access. It was not unusual for enslaved girls raised in the main house or in the adjacent yard as the children of the older domestics, some of whom had also been concubines, to become the sexual targets of the planters' boys and men who also resided there. Rose Maddox, an enslaved woman raised in Mississippi and Louisiana, emphasized that, quote, a white man laid a nigger girl whenever he wanted her. Seems like some of them had plum craving for the other color. Leastways, they wanted to start themselves out on nigger women, close quote. Rose's suggestion that slaveholding men first began demanding sexual favors from enslaved African-American women as adolescents was quite true. Under the control of teenage boys seeking sexual pleasure and experience, when no respectable white woman could afford to participate in such activity, slave girls and women were forced to comply, and those who worked in the house were the most vulnerable. The double sexual standards in slaveholding families, which rewarded patriarchs and their male heirs with the right to demand sexual favors of their bondwomen as a part of their duties, was a tradition passed down from one generation of slave-owning men to the next. Judge John Maddox, for example, grew up with his enslaved half-sister working his home, once married and settled on his own plantation in Marion County, Georgia. He bought a pretty mulatto seamstress for himself, Ethel May. A yellow girl told me about master bringing his son Levi down to the cabin. One former bondman confessed they both took her, the father showing the son what it was all about, and she couldn't do nothing about it. Sexual relations with enslaved girls and women did not just involve white males of several generations in the slave family. It also included bonded women of the same family across time. For example, Ari was raised as a domestic in the home of her white father's brother. By her mid-teens, she had become a concubine of a young master who also was her paternal first cousin. Sally Hemings became the concubine of Jefferson while living in his household in Paris during the early Republic period. Her mother, Elizabeth, had been a domestic servant of John Wales at the time of the colonial era and had served as a maid to his two wives before she became a consort, his consort, and bore him 6 children. Elizabeth's African mother had been the consort of an English sea captain named Hemings. Both Piquette and her mother were concubines. When Louisa reached puberty, her father, of four of her mother's children, tried to seduce her. Incest, of course, was the most extreme and perverse example of how physical intimacy lent itself to serial concubinage and sexual predatorship. The quadroon woman Cecilia Bryan, for example, was repeatedly raped by her biological father, Jacob Bryan, in Duval County, Florida in the late 1840s. Y'all good? Y'all good? And this chapter's just about done. Oh my. I'm almost done, y'all. I'm gonna finish this. Y'all like this? How y'all feeling? Oh, look at this. Oh, I have a white supremacist idiot on my channel. Bye, White Devil. Oh my God. You see how sick these people are? I'm not crying for reparations. I'm reading a book. Look at that weak man. And he's probably a descendant of someone that raped people. And that's why the people fight so hard against the discussions. They wish they could do the same thing. And they do it. Okay. And this bastard's attacking me for what? White men raping black ancestral kids. I'm not advocating violence, but I'll tell you something. Certain people are only going to understand it when it happens to them. I know what it's like. They don't. They're going to end up, what goes around comes around. That's what I say to people, treat everybody right. Treat everybody right, no matter what they look like. Give it your best shot. See, all of this, there's going to be some kind of correction to this. I'm not saying who, when, how. It ain't me. Oh my God, I got to take a picture of this. I got to take a picture of this. Okay, I just think I ran up on somebody's relative. Okay, I'll go back to reading. And I don't, we don't care about what bigots think. I'm not trying to keep them happy. All right, I'm going to do the last leg of this. Y'all ready? And maybe I read some more. Y'all tell me. Despite the commonality of enslaved women's sexual harassment, not all slaveholding men sought a concubine among their bondwomen. Some pursued no sexual relations with their bond people. Of those who did, however, the costs of concubinage, monetary, social, and moral, were high. To pursue such a relationship was least troublesome if a man was single, wealthy, and socially inconspicuous. Concubinage became more problematic for the master as well as for the enslaved female if he was married, of modest holdings, or was in the public eye. Still, many who had public roles as legislators and clergymen, preachers, for example, sometimes maintained enslaved concubines and the offspring of the arrangement. I've got several. There's a guy named Wiltshire from Georgia that had an African woman, slave, one of my ancestors, about, say, 5 generations ago. That's tacky. I think maybe she got free because the children were free. So it must have been some great sex. Okay, still, it's just not cool. All right, let me stop. Let me stop. We'll just forget I said that, okay? Clergymen, for example, sometimes maintain enslaved concubines and the offspring of the arrangement. While rejecting Norcom's insistent demands that she be his consort, Harriet Jacobs did become the concubine of Samuel Treadwell Sawyer. Sawyer was a young, wealthy, single lawyer building for himself a political career when he and Jacobs began their intimate relationship. He subsequently became a North Carolina state legislator while he was involved with Harriet and continued to have contact with her while serving as a member of the United States House of Representatives in the late 1830s. Likewise, President Thomas Jefferson continued his relationship with Sally Hemings even after it had been publicly exposed by James Callender in 1802. Henry Grimke, a politically and socially prominent in Charleston, South Carolina, maintained Nancy Weston as his slave mistress for 19 years. She had 3 children for him. Jefferson and Grimke, however, wisely maintained their slave women in rural isolation, and Sawyer eventually did leave Eddington for Washington, D.C., and later Norfolk, Virginia. All 3 men were either widowed or single when they began these relationships. While many slaveholding men who established lengthy sexual relationships with enslaved women were wealthy and powerful, most were not. The experience of prolonged sexual relations between owner and the owned was so typical as to encompass middling planters as well as overseers. The power of the Southern white patriarchy over the body of enslaved females sometimes even extended beyond the rich and powerful to white males regardless of class status. Masters and overseers used to make us slaves that was with their husbands get up and do as they say, as one former bondman noted. Send husbands out on the farm, milking cows or cutting wood. Then he gets in bed with slave himself. Some women would fight and wrestle. Others would be humble and fear that beating. James Manson, who was formerly enslaved in Warren County, North Carolina, recalled that many of the enslaved men in his area held enslaved women as concubines. Many slaveholding men in his area held enslaved women as concubines, remembering his own master, Colonel Bun Eden's sexual exploits in the quarters. Manson was clear. Master had no children by the white women's. He had his sweethearts among the slave women. I ain't no man for telling false story. I tells the truth, and that's the truth. None of the slaveholding men with sexual designs on Louisa Pickett or on her mother were particularly famous or wealthy. Louisa's father was a middling planter, David Cook. The father of her mother's other children went bankrupt. Louisa became the concubine of John Williams, a man who was neither planter nor wealthy enough to purchase the beautiful woman himself. He had to borrow the money from his brother. Talk about getting a little help from your friends. Jim Summer Martin, born in 1832, a child of a concubine, recalled bitterly of his mother's story that his family's sale and dispersal were fueled by his father's limited financial means. Like too many girls, he began, my mother had been the victim of the selfish design of his mistress in securing an eligible match in marriage for the heir of her property. Mr. Martin, John's father, was not wealthy, but the family had arranged for him to marry someone of substantial property. His betrothed, however, was several years younger, and it would be at least a decade before he was ready to marry. In order to persuade her nephew to wait to marry the heiress, Martin's aunt, Mrs. Henderson, arranged a concubinage relationship for a nephew with Winifred, John's mother. Accordingly, Mrs. Henderson, by the methods known only to the system of slavery, and encouraged and finally secured a relationship between Mr. Martin and my mother, of which my sister Caroline and myself were the fruits. Mrs. Henderson arranged for Winifred, who was white or a griff, to have separate cabin, nominal housekeeping duties for her master and mistress, and food from the big house. In exchange, Winifred was Mr. Martin's concubine for the next 10 years. Then it was time for him to marry his betrothed. According to John, Martin had grown attached to his enslaved family members over the years and refused to marry. Mrs. Henderson would hear nothing of this. Go, white woman. He needed a wealthy, respectable wife, not an enslaved concubine. Henderson sent her nephew on a family errand to Virginia, and while he was away, she sold Winifred and her children to a slave trader in Georgia. Most slaveholding women's desires to sexual relations with men and their families had with enslaved women ran the gamut from violent outrage to quiet, perhaps tortured compliance. Slaveholding mistresses had to do so to keep in mind while working side by side with these women in their households. A few stepped forward to help those victimized, but the women who did so were not usually the wives of the offending males. Louisa Paquette, for example, recalled that one of the women was hired out to try to save her from her owner's grasp. Mrs. Batchelor seemed aware of Cook's intention towards the girl and helped her on more than one occasion to avoid being left alone with them. She was, Louisa recalled, the best friend I had. Still, efforts like Mrs. Batchelor's was rare. Others responded quite differently from Louisa's protectors, and some actually were enablers. Mrs. Henderson, John Martin recalled, for example, both created and later destroyed the concubinage arrangement of her nephew with John's mother, Winifred. One of the slave girls on the plantation near us went to her missus and told her about Master forcing her to let him have something to do with her. One former North Carolina slave related, and the missus told her, well, go on, you belong to him. While most slave-holding women did not openly deter or enable concubinage, these relationships disturbed them deeply. Mary Chestnut, for example, was completely disgusted with her grandfather-in-law's sexual liaison with one of his enslaved women, complaining in her famed diary on one of many occasions, Rachel and her brood make this place a horrid nightmare to me. Wives, no doubt, were the most disturbed and opposed to these relations. Quote, in them times, white men went with colored girls and women bold. Another bondman recounted. Anytime they saw one and wanted her, she had to go with him, and his wife didn't say nothing about it. White wives' public response were, as expected, muted. Gender decorum demanded that slaveholding women exercise a strong sense of propriety, especially in the face of enslaved persons' humiliating accusation of such damnable acts. Silence, many believe, was their only acceptable public response unless they were willing to risk loss of face within their household and standing in their communities. Some wives were afraid to confront their husbands for fear that did not escape the knowing eyes of their bondmen and women. Before my old master died, one former enslaved man recalled, he had a pretty girl he was going with, and he wouldn't let her work nowhere but in the house, and his wife nor anybody else didn't say nothing about it. They knowed better. She had 3 children for him. But after all, it was the wife's duty to obey her husband. On this point, Mary Chestnut was particularly incensed, expressing her utter disdain for men who hypocritically subjected their wives to this kind of shame and humiliation, while still insisting that slave-holding women's moral compass be above moral reproach. Quote, but what do you say to this? To a magnate who runs a hideous black harem, with its consequences under the same roof with his lovely wife and his beautiful and accomplished daughters. He holds his head high and poses as a model of human virtues to these poor women whom God and the laws have given him. From the height of this awful majesty, he scolds and thunders at them as if he never did wrong in his life. Fancy such a man finding his daughter reading Don Juan. You with that immoral book, he would say. Then he would order her out of his sight. You see, Mr. Stoll did not hit the sorest spot. She makes Legree a bachelor. They're saying Harriet Beecher Stoll didn't get into the sex. Harriet Beecher Stoll, the white woman that wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin, sanitized slavery. Interracial marriage was outlawed as a criminal offense everywhere in the South since the colonial era, but rarely was the law enforced, particularly during the antebellum era, unless it involved a white woman and non-white men. Indeed, the Virginia legislature granted its first two divorce settlements in 1802 and 1803, respectively, to white male petitioners who claimed their wives had been sexually involved with black men and bore their children. Few divorces were granted when the tables were turned. This, however, was not always the case. In 1814 and 1848, for example, white women in Virginia successfully petitioned for divorces based on eyewitness accounts that their husbands had committed acts of adultery with enslaved black women. Still, a husband's adultery with an enslaved black woman was still far from a certain call for divorce in many southern states, particularly if the aggrieved wife could not prove the paternity of a child as a result. Given the popular notion that an enslaved woman was so promiscuous that no one could be certain of their children's paternity, consider the number of historians who argue against Thomas Jefferson's paternity of Heming's children until DNA evidence proved otherwise. It is virtually impossible to document a husband's affair with enslaved women, though the presence of mixed-race children. Indeed, some slaveholding men, but probably not in large numbers, made little or no effort to hide their extramarital relations with enslaved girls and women. As the family patriarch, they believed their behavior was beyond reproach, especially by their female dependents. When George Carter's sister, Sophia, found out about his reputation as a pursuer of his enslaved girls and women, for example, she wrote to him accusing the longtime bachelor of moral debauchery. The Virginia planter's reply was swift and to the point. My habits, he wrote to her in June 1816, like most men, are vicious and corrupt, the sin, but for which I am and only answerable to God. One former North Carolina bondsman recalled that slaveholder Jimmy Shaw owned a pretty slave girl, nearly white, and he kept her. His wife caught him in a cabin in bed with her, and the wife said something to him about it, and he cussed his wife. When wives actually caught their husbands in the act, however, they were much less likely to mask their pain and outrage. She went back to the great house and got a gun, the slave continued. When the master came to the great house, she told him he must let the slave girl alone, that he belonged to her. He cussed her again, and she would have had to tend her own damn business, and he would tend to his. After more heated words, the bondman said she grabbed the gun and let him have him. She shot him dead in the hall. Mrs. Shaw purportedly escaped prosecution by taking her two sons and leaving the area. Hurt and angry wives, however, were much more likely to act violently against enslaved girls and women or their children, or both, than their errant husbands. One former bondswoman recalled that when she finally found out she was her master's child, she began to understand why her mistress had been so cruel to her. When I was 8 years old, the old mistress died, she explained, and Grandmammy told me why the old mistress picked on me. She told me about me being half Master Ned's blood. Then I know why Master Ned would say, let her alone, she got a big blood in her, and then laugh. Oftentimes, slaveholding women demanded that these women and their children be sold away immediately, as did Elizabeth Ramsey and Louisa Pickett's mistresses. If their spouses refused to do so, some acted quickly to deprive them of their concubines' pleasures. Georgia former bondman Jack Maddox recalled his master bought some pretty mulatto girl, She was real bright and had long black hair and well dressed, neat and good. The mistress was immediately suspicious. What you bring that thing here for? She snapped. Judge Maddox replied that the enslaved woman would do all of his wife's fine needlework and was less than convincing. Fine needlework, your hind legs, she retorted. As soon as the judge left the plantation, the wife cut off the woman's hair to her skull. Others attacked the offspring of these unions. As former enslaved men that lived in Georgia reported, one white lady lived near us at McBean, slipped in the colored girl's room and cut her baby's head clean off because it belonged to the husband. The baby's father beat her about it and started to kill her, but she begged, so I reckon he got to feeling sorry for her. But he kept on going with the colored girl, and they had more children. Lulu's, Wilson's mistress, was special mean to me, she recalled. Lulu was the offspring of her master, Wash Hodges. She beat me and she used to tie my hands and make me lay flat on the floor and put snuff in my eyes. Wilson eventually became blind. Maybe you think because they're slaves they ain't got no feelings and no shame, declared Lewis Clark of Kentucky, whose mother was a concubine and whose sister was sold because she refused to become one. A woman becoming a slave don't stop her from having genteel ideas, that is, according to their way, and as far as they can. Certainly, many of those former bond people who commented on concubinage relationships characterized them as abusive and forced. As one former enslaved man succinctly put it, white men got plenty of children by nigger women. They didn't ask them, they just took them. Sexual desire, obsession backed by racial and male privilege and pride often led to physical brutalization of those that dared to resist. Granny, who had been enslaved in Alabama, recalled that she never developed anything close to a romantic or even emotional supportive relationship with her owner, who was the father of her 5 children. Always afraid that she would be tortured if she refused him, Granny revealed, I didn't want him, but I couldn't do nothing. I used to say, what dare you want of a woman all to cut her to pieces like I is? But wasn't no use. I was a dog in those days, a dog, nothing to eat, and all day working and plowing, and all of us jealous old misses. Blonde, blue-eyed, Henry Gerald recalled his owner and father. He beat my mama. He beat her until the blood ran down her back. He beat her because she refused to have relations with him. Henry knew because he remembered he used to make me wash her back off with salt water. Born in 1853 in Gallivant's Ferry in Horry County, South Carolina, Henry Gerald reluctantly told the story of his mother's forced concubinage. She had 4 children for her owner before the Great Emancipation. David Cook used to also beat Louisa Piquette brutally because she refused to have sex with him. Harriet Jacob was brutalized for the same reason, the list goes on. Even Thomas Jefferson, a man who was involved with an enslaved woman for decades, had to admit that the whole commerce between the master and slave is a perpetual exercise in the most boisterous passions and most unremitting despotism on one part and degrading submission on the other. Brutal whippings, however, were not all these girls and women faced if they dared to resist. Some women who refused sexual overtures of slaveholding men experienced shaming, sale, loss of their children, or even death. One former bondman, for example, reported the story of a beautiful young woman who was sold for $2,100 to a man who compelled her to enter into carnal relations with him. And when he discovered that she was in delicate condition, he tied her up and whipped in view of producing the death of her child. Suki Abbott's master sold her when she refused him. Dehumanization and defeminization were ready responses. Nellie, who was almost white and had long straight hair, was made to wear men's pants and work in the fields with deer horns and bells attached to her head, all because she refused the slave master's sexual demands. Most enslaved women learned quickly that to resist the sexual demands meant some sort of harsh punishment. Still, the reactions of enslaved women who were pursued by slaveholding men for sexual favors varied substantially. Some committed suicide, while others murdered their assailants. Many tried to escape or begged to be sold. It is likely that they all suffered emotional scars throughout their lives. Some women also became resigned to their status, while others came to appreciate the material benefits and promise of freedom that was sometimes proffered and received in exchange. However, the bulk of the evidence points to forms of resistance. Harriet Jacobs secreted herself to a small attic for years to avoid her master's sexual demands. Suki Abbott slapped her master and pushed his naked buttocks onto a pot of boiling soap. The famous or infamous Celia Bryant of Florida and Celia Newsom of Missouri never reconciled themselves to being slaves and resisted mightily. Both killed their masters, and they were tried and hung for it. Robert Newsom of Callaway County raped his slave girl Celia on the way back to his plantation immediately after he bought her. It was in 1850 and Celia was 14 years old. Newsom was 60. Celia had just been torn from her family and friends and what was likely her first sale. Celia was to be the only black female on his farm for a duration of her stay, and Newsom had built a separate space on her separate house on her property on his property. A short distance from his house, over the next 5 years, he visited her regularly for sexual relations, which resulted in 2 children. When the opportunity arose to marry a bondman whom she loved, Celia acted forcefully to rid herself of Newsom. According to the court testimony, Celia, who was then pregnant a 3rd time by Newsom or perhaps her black lover, used her pregnancy to get Newsom to leave her alone, but he refused. Celia even added his adult daughters to intervene on her behalf, and they also refused. The next time Newsom tried to rape Celia, she killed him, crushing his skull with a heavy stick. She then burned the body to hide evidence of the crime. No one knows when Celia Bryant, who lived on a small plantation outside of Jackson, Florida, was first forced into concubinage. What is known is that her mother, Susan, had been a concubine with their master, Jacob Bryant, and Susan bore him at least 6 children. Celia was the oldest. Once Celia became an adolescent, Brian began making sexual demands. When she refused, he promised Celia's mother, his retired concubine, that he would free the entire family if Celia agreed to have sex with him regularly. Susan insisted that Celia comply. The girl purportedly bore her biological father 4 children. Then on December 7th, 1847, Celia and her owner father got into a fight while working the field together. Celia picked up a hoe and bludgeoned Jacob Bryant to death. Obviously, concubinage could be a tremendous burden, physically and emotionally, for enslaved women. For some, it was a matter of Christian morality. Many adolescent black girls, like many folks who had been taught to be sexually chaste, not to let anyone bother your principles because that's all you had, since at the time women's purity was prized as an asset among enslaved and as among the free. Older kin, even white mistresses, instructed them to marry first and then commit sexual relations. Louisa Pickett, for example, recalled that her mistress had taught her about proper Christian female behavior. She had explained to Louisa about that sexual promiscuity, to stay with anyone without being married, was a sin. When Louisa's master forced her into a concubinage relationship, she was tortured by her belief that she was committing a great sin. I thought of what Mrs. Cook had taught me, she noted, and I thought, now I shall be committing adultery and there's no chance for me, and I'll have to die and be lost. There's also the heartfelt belief and desire of many of those to choose the manner men whom they would share their bodies. It seems less degrading to give oneself than to submit to compulsion, Harriet Jacobs explained of her decision to become a concubine of Samuel Treadwell Sawyer instead of her master, James Norcom. In spite of the abundance of evidence supporting the notion of large numbers of women resisted in any and every way they could, not all these relationships were physically coerced, and not all marriages between bonded men and women were voluntary. Slave owners had many ways to gain control of, manipulate, and enslave women's sexual loyalties. These men approached them when they were young girls, naive, vulnerable, and certainly frightened. Others took advantage of enslaved girls who were without advice or support of family and friends because they were strange in new surroundings. Some females were convinced that the material incentives offered, particularly by the promises of emancipation for them, their children, and perhaps other family members. Abundant evidence of sexual compliance comes from Louisiana, where the system of concubines was institutionalized and was already at least a century old by the 1800s, according to Joan Martin, one of the leading historians of the New Orleans Plaçage. There are an estimated 1,500 places in New Orleans alone in 1788. While these kinds of relations were likely financially beneficial to the women and their children, other forms of concubinage could provide some limited benefits to the women. In 1842, Lewis Clark pointed out that while enslaved women would cry and become depressed and even suicidal as a result of particularly dehumanizing experiences of sexual abuse, such as gang rape, they responded more positively to slaveholding men interested in courtship and romance. At the same time, they knew that they must submit to their masters. Besides, their masters maybe dress them up, make them little presents, and give them more privileges while the whim lasts. Even Harriet Jacobs, the icon of resistance, was attracted to a man who romanced her and promised to help free her children. Some concubines relationships obviously developed over time and could even mimic a marriage in some significant ways, such as emotional attachment, financial support, better food, clothing, housing, furnishings, and sometimes freedom for the woman and her children. James Norcom told Harriet Jacobs, "I would cherish you. I would make a lady of you." Louisa Piquet's master promised to emancipate her and her children and bequeathed to her his belongings. Andrew Moss of Georgia recalled that his grandmother had been his master's concubine, and the couple had 5 children. She was his housewoman. That's what he called her, Moss noted. When he died, he willed her and all them children a house and some land and a little money. After his death, Isaac Matthews freed his Negro wench Jen and allowed her annual allowance of $30. John Chestnut of Camden, South Carolina, the grandfather of diarist Mary Chestnut, freed 2 of his enslaved children and left instructions that they be educated. According to Chestnut's will, Edward Burke was to be taught some useful occupation and emancipated at age 21. His sister Juliana was to be brought up as a mutawa maker or given some useful occupation as well and be free at the age 16. Chestnut also bequeathed the eventual freedom of his faithful woman and servant Sue, along with the $30 annuity. Thomas Jefferson convinced Sally Hemings to return to a life of slavery in Virginia after after he promised her that he would free their children, although Madison's Hemings testimony indicates that Jefferson never openly embraced his enslaved children. Some slaveholding fathers did. When Margaret Fitzpatrick's enslaved children confronted their white half-brothers and sisters at the Louisiana plantation dollhouse, they were quick to set the record straight regarding the father whom the 2 sets of children shared. "He comes to see us near every day and fetches for us clothes and things from town. He is our daddy, and we call him daddy when he comes to our house to see our mama." The unavailability of marriageable black or mixed-race men, particularly on small holdings where women outnumbered men, there could have served a contributing factor in the enslaved women's compliance and the relationship with the slave-holding men. Some slave owners made certain that other white and black men stayed away from their concubines. Louisa Piquet, for example, recalled a story of a woman held in concubinage in Mobile, Alabama. Even though her owner did not reside with her, he still demanded her exclusive sexual attention. When a bondman began a false rumor that she was being visited by a specific enslaved man, the owner had both whipped brutally and sent the woman to be sold on the slave market in New Orleans. Some bondwoman, Pickett added, had never had the opportunity to have a bondman for a husband because their masters had them all the time. When speaking of her concubinage relationship, the enslaved woman, Ari, noted that her young master had assumed that she would remain sexually exclusive to him. He had insisted, in particular, that she have nothing to do with colored men because they weren't good enough for her. Some masters worried more about white male competitors than enslaved men they owned and more easily controlled. Colonel Eden, for example, was taken aback with slave women that refused to hire white overseers and used black drivers instead. Jacob Manson, a former slave, recalled that Colonel Eden liked some of the nigger women too good to have any other white man playing around with them. One also cannot discount the impact of the combination of contemporary racial beliefs and attitudes and the desire to be part of the white world could have had on the bonded woman's feelings about entering into a concubinage relationship. Under such circumstances, it is possible that enslaved women may have readily agreed to become concubines or may have desired white male sexual partners. Harriet Jacobs' experiences are again instructive. Although she initially fell in love with a free man of color whom her owner would not allow her to marry, she became sexually involved with Samuel Sawyer. When describing her attraction to him, she explained, "So much attention from a superior person was, of course, flattering, for human nature is all the same in all. I also felt grateful for his sympathy and encouraged by his kind words. It seemed to me a great thing to have such a friend. By degrees of a more tender feeling crept into my heart. He was an educated and eloquent gentleman." The responses of African American women who served their masters as concubines were mixed and complicated. Clearly, slave testimony supports the assertion that most of these women had been forced in these relationships, and the shame, degradation, and abuse they experienced usually was not worth whatever payment they reaped, except perhaps emancipation. Because other enslaved people knew or were related to these girls and women, they understood their trials and often expressed great sympathy towards them. A slave woman ain't allowed to respect herself, Lewis Clark concluded bitterly after recalling the experiences of her mother, sister, and other enslaved women he knew were ordered such sexual desires. Some, however, were less comfortable embracing enslaved women who appeared to prefer the sexual attention of white rather than African American men. Even those who were clearly forced to have sexual relations with slave-owning men sometimes received a mixed reception, particularly if having such a relationship brought them obvious material reward or inordinate power over other enslaved people. Slaveholding men sometimes made the matters worse for these women when they disciplined those among bond people who dared expose, criticize, or oppose their concubines' relationships or their concubines. For example, one former bondman told the story of a wealthy slaveholder in Kentucky who punished an enslaved woman on his property who ridiculed his concubine for sleeping with them. The owner punished these women by forcing all of them to have sex with them. When they complained, he changed their status from domestic to field worker. Those who complained of the hard labor were tied up naked, flogged, and flogged for disobeying orders. Tied up naked, flogged for disobeying orders. Children of these relationships in particular were caught between the world of their enslaved mothers and slave-owning fathers, sometimes finding no place to really belong. Life became even more difficult when they had to contend with the various factions of their two worlds that complicated even more the treatment and identity. Lizzie Williams, who had been enslaved on a cotton plantation located 15 miles out of Selma, Alabama, for example, remembered the triangulated identity of Emily, a mixed-race bondwoman who simultaneously lived among her mistress, her father, and other slaves on the property. Emily looked like a white girl, Lizzie noted. She was treated just like she white. Her daddy was a white man. Emily, who was related to her mistress, found it difficult living between the relative privilege her mistress allowed her, the complete invisibility to her father. Lizzie reported that her pappy paid more attention to her than the rest of the niggers, and the ridicule of the bond people, but Emily had the saddest look on her yellow face, Williams concluded, 'cause the other niggas whisper about her pappy. Mothers and other kin who were sensitive to the kinds of teasing, insults, and rough treatment that their children might receive at the hands of both blacks and whites often would lie to their children about the fraternity or teach them to avoid the issue when questioned about it. There was little solace, however, for since many the color of their skin and other features told much of the story, Dora Franks of Mississippi spoke openly of her painful experiences as a child of her master. Her mother, Harriet Brewer, came from Virginia, where she had been where she had been the concubine of her young master, George Brewer. Harriet never hid Dora's paternity from the child, although he treated her well by the Brewster family. Her father largely ignored her, and she felt rejected by fellow bond people. Lord, it's been to my sorry many a times, she noted, 'cause the children used to chase me around and holler at me, old yellow nigger. They don't treat me good neither. One day, the cook violently slapped Dora, causing her nose to bleed because the child had asked for a piece of white bread, like the white folks eat. When her father returned to the house, the cook was severely whipped and then sold. Still, Dora had to call her father Master George, and he eventually married a local white woman, his longtime sweetheart, Miss Martha Ann. Dora prayed for freedom during the Civil War and left Master George's plantation after the war without telling anyone. Even those women who were eventually able to establish marriages or long-term relations with bondmen still found their mixed-race children at risk of being rejected by the new men in their lives. These stepchildren, after all, were a constant reminder to the bondmen of the power that white men had over their wives and their inability as men to protect them. Their frustration and anger sometimes surfaced in the resentment and rejection of these youngsters. Lulu Wilson recalled, "My steppa never did like me, but he was a fool for his own young ones." Lulu was also treated badly by his oldest wife, but was never sold. Her master father, however, did sell many of her step siblings. Some concubinage relationships, such as Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson, endured until either person died. Wills, letters, court documents reveal that some slaveholding men provided for the continued financial support of their concubines and children born to these relationships. Some also freed them. These same documents, however, portray a legacy of denial of support and freedom for most. Even those who promised to do so sometimes went back on their word and failed to follow up on all the necessary legal procedures and payments, or had their heirs who refused to honor such bequests. Moreover, many concubines did not benefit from the special support or privileges even when the men were still alive. The illegality of these relationships and the low status of enslaved women, despite their color, meant that slaveholding men could abandon them and their children whenever they wanted or desired. Many elected to do so when their marriages, as did Dora Frank's father. I said they elected to do so when they married. These women suffered the loss of home and sometimes children when they were sold, as did Elizabeth Ramsey and Winifred Martin. Others, like Lulu Martin's mother, lost their children when her slave-holding man that they served lost interest. Most, however, lived out their lives as domestic servants, with the distinction that as they aged, their sexual duties declined. Louisa Pickett was lucky. Her master died when she was in her early 20s. Her brother, who was her true owner, honored the wishes of his deceased sibling, allowing Louisa and her surviving two children to move north with funds from the sale of their household effects. Louisa Williams, as she was then known, moved to Cincinnati. There she met and married Henry Pickett, a mixed-race man from Georgia, whose mother had been a concubine. Louisa was determined to find her mother, who had been sold with her brother to Texas, and eventually did locate them. Louisa raised $900, largely through the sale of her autobiography and lectures about her life, to purchase and free her mother and brother. Few survived concubinage well, with their children themselves in freedom, able to have a life with family, friends, and a modicum of dignity. what y'all say. And I'm going to stop because I got to get up in a couple hours to go see the doctor. How y'all like this? I'm going to read more from this. We're going to switch up between these books. Oh, yes, we are. And I'm going to come back and try to do a reading tomorrow afternoon when I come back from the hospital with my mother. I'm going to try to do some more. I want to come back to Harriet Jacobs. That's a very important book. And so let me show you some of the books we're reading out of. And I'm gonna do some of Harriet Jacobs next, but let me see. Now I'm gonna put this back. No, okay, I'm gonna tell you. No, there are a couple of these. There's so many. I want to remind everybody the first book, and I read most of it. When Rape Was Legal, I read this the other day. Check that out if you can. I'm going to read more from They Were Her Property. Oh, yes, I'm going to come back to this. And, of course, I've got the Harriet Jacobs book. So I'm going to be looking at this because, when people talk about this reparations, people need to really be real about what this stuff meant, what it entailed. They make it seem like just people pick cotton. If it were that simple, but it's not. Even that, they should get paid. I'm thinking, so we're going to continue for the time being to honor Women's History Month. So we're going to do some real shit here, right? They Were Her Property, and Sexuality and Slavery. And I have some others. I mean, I may switch up, may just throw something in there. But I am working. I hope you guys like it. We're going to do some more. And even if I don't do this, if you want Jesus, ask for him. He'll come. I want to let you guys go because I'm going to stop and probably take some magnesium. But I want you guys to have a great night. I hope you guys enjoyed this. And I'm going to try to read more. Even if I don't do the whole book, I'm going to do pieces of it, pieces of these, and try to share them. So, yeah, look at some books, read, think, and you better start buying books because with all this DEI madness, it has nothing to do with us. These books may disappear. Everybody's house needs to become a library. Need to have these. There's no guarantee that these books will be available. Books I used to get, like the Kerner Commission Study, was a $1 book when I was a student at Harvard. I looked, those books are $100, $200, $300, $400 for a dollar book. If you don't purchase your history and you don't support it, nobody else will. I'll be doing some more reading, but I'm going to stop. It's just a little after 1 o'clock. We'll do this again. If you guys like, comment, share, and thanks for participating. I'm going to do some more. Let me get out of here. God bless you. Again, this is the Angry Black Men's Book Club, and I'm praying for the health so I can do a lot more reading. I'm going to be doing a lot more. I'm going to try to do this and get a rhythm back. I used to have it, and we're not going to let the enemy stop us. And I'm talking about Satan. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. It's not what people look like. It ain't color. It's evil. I'll be reading some more. And absolutely share, like, my channel is heavily censored and harassed. I want you to know I was talking to a lawyer. I've been talking because it's time that we stand up to some of these platforms. I mean, folks accusing me of pornography and stuff. I'm not doing anything. Well, look, someone asked a comment here. If the NBA, which to me is the National Basketball Association, because none of those folks do anything for us anymore, We don't have real people who represent us in pro sports. Arthur Ashe, a cousin of mine, that's a hero. There used to be heroic black athletes and entertainers. We don't have them anymore. I could care less about the NBA, NFL, all of them. In fact, we need our own leagues. In fact, people like watching these black folks play. Those folks have enough money to create their own leagues. In fact, a lot of these sports clubs steal money from poor urban areas. Okay, their stadiums are subsidized and everything, and yet they're homeless people. I could care nothing about pro sports. Damn all of it. And it's not so much the athletes or their abilities, but it doesn't do anything for us. And we're too focused on sports. We need to be focused on farming, power, genuine. I mean, I could care less about black celebrities. Oh, by the way, pray for Jaguar, right? Folk are trying to bump her off. Things are getting hot around this upcoming trial. But again, the Angry Black Men's Book Club, I thank you. God bless you. Everybody that knows how to behave is welcome. And I'm reading what the enslaved people said. So for the little racists that come in and think, I don't know, this is the first time I read that. I just got the book. Again, I couldn't afford the hardback. It was like $150. Y'all have no idea how expensive books are, especially the ones talking about what we need to know. People who are blacks that are multimillionaires, I'll just answer this to you. We live in a culture of individualism. People don't see the black people as a collective. They see themselves as individuals who happen not to be white. That's the heart of it. I'm not mad at anybody, but I don't know. I guess I'm a part of a group. You get your butts kicked and you get racially profiled. I have to be a part of all this stuff. So why can't we help each other deal with it? Not everybody's there. But I'm going to wish you guys a good night. You guys know how to hook me up. You know I have a Venmo and a Patreon and a Cash App, and they're all Dr. Randy Short, DrRandyShort. You put a $ in front of your Cash App. I have a Zelle and a PayPal. They're both on my email account, WRandyShort@gmail.com. You can always hit me up on that as well. I've got a GoFundMe, and I'll start posting that. That's just for me to try to figure out finding a natural way, because a lot of natural treatments for cancer, your insurance doesn't cover it. Ain't that a blip? So I've already put out about 1,500. No, more than that. I've put out about, close to $1,700 or more. So I've raised 1,600 and I've spent about 1,700. And that I thank people for giving. So please send some more. Let me see. Let me tell you what my GoFundMe is. Let me see if I can find it. I'll tell you what it is, and that's for me and Mom. We're gonna survive this thing. I absolutely believe that that's gonna happen, and that's why I said, you know what, we got to keep living. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna give up. I'm like, ooh, I'm sick, I'm dying. No, not exactly like that. Okay, let me tell you what it is. I'm gonna type it up here. And I'll show you what it is. It's called A Mother-Son Healing, a Community Call. All you have to do is go to GoFundMe. It's called Mother-Son Community Call. Yeah, because both me and my mother at the same time. Everybody's coming down with cancer. My God. I mean, I could halfway handle it, but I mean, both of us? So we absolutely appreciate people. And if Luigi could get money for shooting that guy at United Healthcare, damn believe I'm gonna ask somebody to help me too. He shot someone. We trying to stay alive, you know. It's on GoFundMe and it's called a Mother Son Community Call. And let me see. I want to send this to my Gmail, and I'll put it up there. You'll be able to see it if you come to StreamYard. It's like this: www.gofundme.com. Where is this? F. Hold on 1 second. I'm almost done. Dash. There you go. I'm gonna put it up there. I just put it up there, so it's www.gofundme.com/ the letter F / one word mother son dash healing dash A, the letter A dash community dash call. Absolutely. I gotta save this. I'm gonna put this as a banner too. Absolutely. I need to copy this. And I'll remember that. Yes, I'm doing alkaline. We're doing all of it. But sometimes you have to see the stupid doctors. So we've got 2 natural doctors. And we're working with people that are on Dr. Sebi's level. In fact, I would tell you there's a very good doctor. You can look him up. His name is Theodore Watkins, and he has the Watkins Institute. It's here in Washington, D.C. You'll find it online. So yeah, we don't want to do the chemo. We're not doing it. I mean, if God wanted my penis radiated, I would have been born in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. You get where I'm coming from? So no hormone therapy. I was just saying to people, someone injected me in my behind and me paying them like every other month, that sounds like a relationship. I'm not ready for that. And I have to do it for 17 years? That sounds like concubinage. Anyway, good night, everybody. Much love to you, Valerie. I'm going to reach out to you. Take care. Good night, everyone. Good night. God bless everybody.